Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of KeMedicine. This is KeMedicine Volume 10. Give her that vitamin D. Shout out Markel, thank you for the 5. Special episode of KeMedicine. I am joined by the esteemed, the world-renowned, the internationally known.
Come on now.
He's written 565,000 books.
Minus a few, but give or take. We accepted all compliments. We taking everything.
The multi-published Dr. Inky. Shout out the Sauce with the big 5-0. Shout out Sauce. Dr. Inky is in the house. Dr. Inky, how you doing? Everybody open up your textbook. Get your textbook ready. As you can see, I got mine here. You see the bookmark hanging out right there. You open mine up. When you open mine up, you're going to see highlights on the pages. Okay, that's how you know we was. That's how you know we was going through the document. You're gonna see the highlights. That means you was sitting down with the work. Okay, you see right here, you got the green highlights and the orange highlights.
Come on now.
Okay, so I got a few questions from the studies this weekend. Fascinating work, life-changing work. I gotta tell you, this is the information in here. You know, when Dr. Inky said in order to get healthy, you've got to inform yourself. He was right. I just the few pages I was able to, because it's a difficult read. You know, I'll be honest with you. Unless you got some extreme science background, you're gonna have to take some terms and you're gonna have to pop them into Chat GPT for a little bit of help. You know, in my case, you know, I popped them into Grok. You're gonna have to do that, and you're gonna learn more terms as a result. You're gonna learn more. You're gonna increase your science vernacular. You're gonna increase your science vocabulary.
Now,
So
let me say this. Let me say this.
okay.
I do have a brand new series of books. A whole entire new series that is more digestible.
Boo.
It's still heavy science in it, but I mixed it up with like stories and then also the even heavier science, so that the science is actually heavier, but I tried to, like
Make it more digestible.
balance.
Okay.
Some balance.
So you got something for you retarded niggas too?
But it's mind blowing. Like it's I didn't pace myself. I went to just all the way as fast as I could go with the science, but at the same time, so like normally what I would try to do is like stay somewhere closer to the middle space, whereas with the new series it's just as far as I could, like what I'm studying and interested in, like what Tanat might be studying and be interested in, but also with some movie some movie scripts and some stories and some other things that makes it a lot more easier to dig in.
You know what I fell in love with this weekend? Autophagy.
Come on now.
Autophagy and mitophagy.
Come on now. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Woo! Come on now.
I started doing my research on autophagy and mitophagy, and I was like, yo. So I made some adjustments. I followed your advice, and I got all my macros in before 6 p.m. Okay, I got all my macros in before 6 p.m. The only thing I have after that is some agua. And I gotta tell you, this is fascinating shit. Cause I feel different.
Listen, let me tell you, my autophagy for me, like some of these other science topics, for a long time just like got me angry to the point where I had to stop watching the internet. I had to stop watching so much. It just got me angry. Like every time I would hear somebody talk about it, I would get frustrated, and then I had to
Talk
turn.
about autophagy.
Yeah, and I had to like turn on something ratchet to like balance it out. Like I had to immediately
Why?
go from like a science channel right to like some Drake or like some Lil Wayne or something. Like I would just have to go all the way left to create some balance in my mind. Because I feel like, I mean, I'm at a better place now. You've
What
provided
pissed them off though? What what
well
what 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 about what you saw put you in a bad space?
because they never mentioned melanin concentrating hormone. And so my thing always was either these people that are pretending to be experts, right? Either these experts are pretending and they're not actually experts. They're just kind of watching, like they have a circle. And so they're watching with their peers or their quote unquote peers speak on, and then they just go live on it, like, they're not really. Or they may just not know what they're talking about at all. They just may just be like, this is a trending topic, so they're just dropping it in the health space. Like, here's what we're saying. Here's what we're discussing right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that kind of infuriates me. Like the lady that you sent me the video. I might be jumping the gun. I'm sure that's a video you want to
Yeah, we're
play.
gonna get into that a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Tonight's
But I
show
rock
is
with her though. I rock with her though. She's thorough.
yeah, tonight's show is called Give Her That Vitamin D. Volume 10,
Yo,
KeMedicine, Volume 10.
yo, that's crazy. But nah, I rock with her though. She's thorough. She's thorough. You know what I'm saying? She's not one of them. She's not a fly by night. Like she's talking about vitamin D. Like when everybody's talking about vitamin D, she's talking about vitamin D. When nobody's talking about vitamin D, she's talking about vitamin D. Almost to the point where, like she doesn't really have another conversation. Like that's just what she's on. Like people have come to expect Inky is going to mix some sort of melanin statement into like, yeah, if you listen to her, she's coming with that vitamin D energy. So I like, I respect her grind.
All right, we're gonna bring her up in a second, but first I want to go to the first clip. I'm currently trying to email myself the vitamin. Okay, so the vitamin D clip is sent to me. I thought I had it saved somewhere, but I don't. Let's go into this first clip here. I sent you. This is sodium, potassium, magnesium. We touched on this topic before, but I'd like to touch it again. Pause.
Yeah, I was about to say that's you're on a slippery slope, champ.
We should go back in on this topic one more again. Give me just a second. We're gonna put this up on the screen. Here we go. Inky, you got the clip there. You could play it at the same time I hit play. It's a 30-second clip here.
Okay, let me see what we got going on.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yep, go.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
My body is 70% water, and not a single ounce of that is in this form. If I drink this water, it's going to feel good. It's going to feel like I'm hydrating myself for a few minutes. But I'm going to pee this out in the next 45 minutes because this pure water has no reservoir in my body. The vast majority of the water within my body is actually in a crystalline structure. For this to turn into a crystal, it takes a complex relationship to...
Wait, Inky, we can hear that. We can hear that.
My bad.
Mute your mic real fast.
Okay, but that's the clip.
Yeah, that's the clip.
Okay, all right.
in
I'm
the
good.
next
I don't got
45 minutes because this pure water has no reservoir in my body. The vast majority of the water within my body is actually in a crystalline structure. For this to turn into a crystal, it takes a complex relationship to a vast array of salts, mineral amino acid complexes, and protein structures. My body...
Water in your body is a crystalline structure. He's going off, Inky. Oh, he's snapping.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. I mean, he all right. He's saying a little something, He repackaging, he remixing.
Who were
He's one of them. Now Shorty, she's not one of them. But him, yeah, he's one of them. He one of them.
he
He
he he didn't repackage somebody else's work?
how I go? He's all right, but he's not real. He's all right, but he's not real. So here's how it go, right? Here's how it goes with the water thing. And I try to be as respectful as possible because I understand that the world doesn't really know Dr. Inky like they should, so I try to stay humble. And my children keep me humble because they're very disrespectful, So so I try to demonstrate humility and balance at all times. But here's how it really goes, right? So, you got Mona Harrison, right? We got to put respect on Mona Harrison's name. Now, Mona Harrison started talking about water and biochemistry in a time period where, unfortunately, her disappearance and possible transition is just very, it's very, it's sketchy. It's sketchy. It's questionable. It's one of those, like behold the pale horse. It's one of those type of situations where it's like, what, like, was that natural call? What just happened right now? Like, so, Mona Harrison was, she was doing some work. There's still a few of her videos floating around on the internet, but Mona Harrison was pre Masaru Emoto and Kangen machines and all of
Oh,
that.
Imoto Masaru.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He one of them too. He ain't nobody. Like so.
Damn, you got him out the paint too?
Yeah, he
He was
ain't.
doing the
Nah, 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 nah. Listen, Mona Harrison. I'm just trying to explain something to you. Mona Harrison was at the GOAT level. You know what I'm saying? Like Mona Harrison was at the GOAT level. She just ain't really get time enough to dig in and go crazy. So I try to breathe life into her name, into her information, like I try to breathe life into her legacy, even if nobody else is mentioning her name. When the water subject pops up, and you got dudes like this colonizing the space and the algorithms, and like they're trying to create a certain type of vibe where you search something, these guys pop up. You know, that's one of the things that makes me so vicious with just writing books like a savage. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all not gonna do me like y'all done did all these people before me, bro, where folks done researched their whole life, gave their whole life, advanced the culture, then they get clipped, and then 100 clones pop up and colonize the space, never mention their name again, and then it's like, Mona Harrison? Who's Mona Harrison? Like, that's crazy. That's like saying who's Harriet Tubman out here when like, nah, Mona Harrison was one of, an original, a 101 when it came to the water information, especially with neurochemistry and cognitive, the interrelationship, the interface between cognition and cognitive ability and water and cerebral spinal fluid. And like, she was just on something else. And after she, untimely vanished off the scene. Then you get Masaru Emoto and Gerald Pollack and all these other guys come along the scene. Now, Gerald Pollack comes on the scene and he's another one of them, right? But, you know, sometimes when I'm having a conversation, I will reference his, easy water conversation or, reference his name because he's so popular, right? But his line of research starts with another guy named Gilbert Ling, right? So Gilbert Ling is the guy. Let me say it like this because I want to get the words right. Gilbert Ling is the guy that Gerald Pollack is willing to credit. See, people don't understand. What's Epstein's lady? What's Epstein lady name?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell. People have no idea who Ghislaine Maxwell is. So Ghislaine Maxwell's father is the guy who ran the scientific journals like the mafia. Straight pay to play. You want to get into scientific journals? Pay to play. We don't care what the work say. You want to get in these journals? Pay to play. And so he set the tone. So scholarly references, like they really are about promoting each other. So they'll steal your work, no problem. They do that all the time. When you hear them referencing somebody, it's because there's an incentive, whether it goes back to the school, personal relationship, business, or otherwise, to reference this person. So when you hear Gerald Pollack going in on the water and the gel and the membrane, this and that, and all, he's getting a lot of the drip like Einstein. Like he just getting known for popularizing other people's, so Gilbert Ling is that guy, but then the grandfather of the information, right? The GOAT, when it comes to that pocket, it's a guy named Everett. I want to say Everett Just or Just Everett. Black guy at the GOAT level. He's the originator of this. So when it comes to the whole structure, water, blah, 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 it's him. So you got two pockets of information currently. When you hearing people breaking down science and like having these quote unquote advanced water conversations, you have the line of conversation from Mona Harrison, and then you have the line of conversation from Everett Just. Now, you got a lot of Johnny come latelys, they going viral, they paying, they work in the system, you know what I'm saying? And so they've colonized the airwaves. So when you look up a subject, you go, oh, this is Gerald Pollack. And then you dig into Gerald Pollack work and you might hear him reference Gilbert Ling, but nobody has read Gilbert Ling's material because reading his material is almost like reading Russian or Chinese. He ain't gonna ease up at all. It's straight scholarly, like it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you can suffer through it if you're interested in information. Now, his predecessor, like I said, the OG, Everett Just, that's where that line really starts at. And then in terms of like the water having memory and all of that kind of stuff that Masaru Emoto got popular for, Mona Harrison, like she was the one with that. She was the
So
one.
I remember Emoto Masato. He was doing cymatics, but also like if you say happy near the water, that's Mona Scott's
Yeah,
work. That's
yeah.
Mona Harris work.
Mona Harrison, yeah, 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 yeah. It's not necessarily her work per se, but she was in that pocket. She was in that pocket in terms of water having memory. So that's all of those things are the catchy things that would make a person go viral when he's doing cymatics with the water, or he's doing prayer or mantra with the water. Those are experiments to validate the concept. The concept is that water has memory. You know what I'm saying? But you can go back to the Bible. It's not a new concept. It's in the Bible. So this is some of the stuff that's in my books. You know what I'm saying? Like folks, I got to get the books because the Bible got some other stuff in there, man. It's some other stuff in there. But this is right in Genesis early on. It's early on in Genesis. In Genesis it talks about the face of the waters. So right there, if you don't know, you don't know, right? But that's why I always tell people we don't see with our eyes or hear with our ears. We see and we hear with our mind. So if you don't know something, you could hear it or see it and not digest it. You know what I'm saying? But the face of the waters, the Bible's talking about structured water.
Real fast, I just want to put this on the screen to let people know I don't deal in scholarship. I deal in scholarship. If you look right here on my screen, you see right here, Dr. Inky's book. Chat, what's the date on this purchase when I bought this Dr. Inky book? Chat, could you type it in there and tell me what's the date you see on your screen? This is electric kinesiology. I'm sorry, kinesiology.
Yeah.
Another one here is electric food chemistry. Y'all see that right there? What's the date on that, y'all? Yeah. Over a year ago. Over a year ago.
Receipts.
I got receipts.
That's ugly right there. That's nasty work.
Okay. Last Juneteenth, where was you at, little niggas? Last Juneteenth, I was deep in them Inky books.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I just want to make sure people understand that. I just want to make sure that people understand that I'm deep in this work. And when I say when the elders, when the scholars in our community put something out, I cop. I just want to make sure everybody, I got the receipts right there. Over a year ago. Some of y'all niggas just got y'all books this year. And I'm happy for you. And I'm happy for you. And I'm happy for you.
I was about to say, they might have just got it this week, but we still love them.
But we still fuck with you. But for you niggas talking shit, I had the Inky books before you know who Inky was, little nigga. Calm down.
Woo!
Calm the fuck down. I just want to make sure we put that out there. I got the receipts, nigga. This new one though.
Let's put some water. Let's get back to the water. Let's turn that into steam. But so what I'm saying is the science of water, right? It's been around a long time. The Bible got a lot of tricky things in it if we reference water, you know what I'm saying? Because even if we think about Jesus, right? Even if we think about the Jesus narrative, he doesn't become special until the water situation, till he gets baptized.
Till he walks on water or till he gets baptized?
He gets baptized. That's the baptism.
I mean, his whole shtick is water. He turned water into wine. He walk on water. Come on. He a fish. That's water. His whole shtick, baptism, water. His whole shit is water.
So I'm saying the concepts have been around. Like Kemet tells us that everything started from cosmic waters. It's. So the concepts have been around for a long time.
And that's mu, right?
New.
Is it new or mu?
New.
New is water.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not exactly water. It's like the cosmic water.
It's the cosmic. What's mu? M-U.
Mu is the regular water term.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. So new is that's cosmic water, and mu is just regular water.
Yeah. So some places you see nu, N-U, or more popularly you see noon, N-U-N. But there's some places where you see the N-U. There's no second N. But yeah, so the water thing has been around for a minute. Now with Homeboy in the clip, right? I'm sorry everybody, I had to, y'all should expect these small little tangents at this point. But yeah, I just had to mention Everett Just and Mona Harrison and get, just put some. But what he was saying, right? He was dropping, he was all right. He just might have put a little extra on it just to sell, just to make it hit harder. Yeah, this is great water in my hand, but my body, not a single ounce in my body is like this. I'm going to piss this right out and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, That's not it. You gotta go back to school, champ. You ain't either he doesn't know any better or he has to or he's just saying that just for the virality, just to make it hit harder. You know what I'm saying? But that's not correct. That's not how your body works. Your body absolutely has a wide variety of different types of waters in it at all times. And if you drink some water, now here's the real kicker with that clip. Here's the real kicker with that clip. We don't know what type of water was in that cup.
Right. He could have
So,
had Essentia in there, or
I mean, not necessarily by name brand. When I say type of water, I mean like there's spring water.
alkaline water.
There's alkaline water is not even really a thing. That's like fake. Yeah, that's not a real thing. That's why I said Mona Harrison was around before Cajun. See, Cajun came around and people didn't know this. I was anti-Cajun the whole time. People didn't know this, but Cajun was a multi-level marketing company. So people didn't know that people were buying into Cajun, and a part of buying into Cajun was then using your machine to sell the water to get back the money that you, because people were buying in at 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 to get a Cajun machine. This is where all of the fake little water spots popped up. Once Cajun came out, there was water stores all around the place. I'm like, what are y'all doing buying water? Why are y'all buying that water? What are y'all doing? Don't you see that the machine is hooked onto the tap? I'm like, are y'all insane? The machine is on the tap. They're like, no, Inky, you just don't understand the science. I'm like, you don't even know how to read. What you mean I don't understand the science? What are y'all talking about? They got y'all folks that haven't read a book in 30 years juiced up talking about, yeah, well, so what's happening is the hydroxyl radical. And so what we're doing is we're running an electric current and it's splitting the water molecule. And so you have the negative ion side of the water molecule and the positive ion side is going out into the sink. That's the acidic side. And so the negative ion side of the water molecule is going to go in your cup and then you're going to go ahead and drink that. And that's what's going to provide you with the alkalinity. I'm like, okay. See, I could have stopped you because you see, I have that same brochure right here in my pocket. And so you memorize the brochure, got it. Now, can you demonstrate that you understand anything you memorized here? Because most of y'all drinking that alkaline water are also protesting GMO food and hybrid foods because somehow y'all have mixed Cajun into the Dr. Sebi movement. So it's acid versus alkaline, and y'all got the alkaline water as a part of the Sebi movement. So now when you go to any conscious event, it's the vegan food slash Sabi food list with the alkaline water. And I'm like, okay, hold on. There is a such thing as alkaline water in real life. That is a thing. Comma, however, alkaline water is not the same as tap water. And so it's also not hybrid GMO water. They're like, wait, hybrid GMO water? Inky, what are you talking? I said, hold on. What is a hybrid? Let's just do some definitions. Let's just see, because y'all are illiterate. So see, here's where the problem comes in. Let's look up the word hybrid. What does hybrid mean? Let's look up the term GMO. See what the word GMO means. Now, when you split the water molecule, because see, water is H2O. Once you don't have H2O, is it still water? Because now you've split the water molecule. Is that actually H2O? Because that's water. H2O is water. If you split the water molecule and somehow you have positive hydrogen ions, which is just a H, and then you have a OH, and you got a bunch of OHs in a cup. First of all, let's assume that you guys understand chemical reactions and that the OHs that you fill up in the cup will remain OHs. Let's just assume that part.
So what's that?
Because
Oxygen hydroxide or some shit?
oxygen and hydrogen, let's just make it simple, right? Because people don't know that when you put oxygen and hydrogen, like a whole bunch of those molecules in a cup, because water is constantly disassociating and reassociating, the moment you put that in a cup, all of those things, they're just mixed back to H2O again. Yeah, this is why they tell you got to drink the alkaline water fast. So, yeah, so I can go on like so. like it just was, it was bad. It was a bad era. People just not understanding, getting taken advantage of for big bucks. You know what I'm saying? Then some people had problems because they had some alkalosis and stomach issues from it, where they actually started to neutralize too much of their stomach acid, and so they weren't getting digestion, and people were getting, you know, it was getting a little crazy. It was getting a little crazy. But so yeah, that's not so in the video, right? In the video, we're not clear on what type of water he had, right? And so the type of water would be like distilled water. Like distilled water is a thing. I try to dispel the idea of drinking distilled water like as much as possible, but you still have pockets of people running around teaching on the internet that distilled water is a good thing. So I'm like, I need y'all to stop doing that. Just remember that the natural path, naturopathy, like if you never studied a naturopathic book or took a naturopathic class, just remember naturopathic is the natural path. Like if you just think that way, you know what I'm saying? Like in the natural path, water did not come out of machines hooked to tap. Tap is an invention, so is the machines. That's not the natural path, right? And neither is distilling. Like there's no boiling when the initial life came out of water. That wasn't so. You got guys out there that are teaching people that water is not natural to drink. So that's a whole nother thing. Guys are out there literally going viral telling people that humans were not meant to drink water because they don't have a neck that goes down to the water, and cups are inventions. And so I'm like, Jesus, take the wheel, right? So back to my guy with the clip, the hot take, right? So he says, I got pure water in this cup and it's good, you know, but I got X amount of water in my body and not an ounce of it is like this. So my body's going to just drink this and urinate this right out. And that is absolutely not the truth. That is absolutely not the truth. Now, do we need electrolytes? Do we need ions? Do we need elements? Do we need proteins, amino acids, and vitamins, and all of those things? Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, and in the real world, we all have some amount of those things floating around in our blood right now because nobody's just had water since they were born. Like nobody's body's like an empty tube, and so you're just putting water in an empty tube, so it just comes straight out the other side. That's not how it goes. When you drink water, it goes through your digestive system, and then from your colon, from your intestine, your body pumps that into your circulatory system. From your circulatory system, now it's going to go into the fascia and into interstitial fluid, right? So it's going to move from the circulatory system into interstitial fluid and the connective tissues, the
Wait a
fascia.
second. Wait a second. Water is going into my breathing system.
You said breathing system?
Oh, I'm sorry. Circulatory. That's blood.
Blood. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
breathing. What's that? Respiratory system, right?
That's respiratory
All
system.
right. We're
Well,
going back to ninth grade with it. I'm sorry.
respiratory system has two parts. So you got the top part, which is the breathing part. Then the bottom part is like mitochondria. So you have respiratory proteins, but this is just the fluid, right? So
So it's going into your blood. It's going into your circulatory system. Okay.
correct,
And then
correct.
it's
And when
going
it
into your fascia.
Yeah, connective tissue. And then also at the same time, it's going into your interstitial fluid. It's joining what we know of as interstitial fluid. Then from interstitial fluid, some of that is going to go into the cells. And then as that water is going into the cells are pushing water out of the cells back into the interstitial fluid. And so all of that water is then going to eventually be cycled through like the 700 some odd lymph nodes you have as filters, right? And then it's going to go through the lymph to filter the water and see what's floating around in your body. Also, as a part of, like mixing and conditioning the water, And as the water makes stops in different places, your body makes different types of cocktails and different types of water, right? So the interstitial fluid water is different than the plasma. The water in your cells is the thickest. That water, all three of those waters, right? Blood plasma is water, right? It's a type of water, right? I call it like seasoned, like it's like a Kool-Aid because each type of water in your body has a different mixture of things, right? But in essence, it's still water, right? So you got the blood plasma, you got interstitial fluid, you got extracellular fluid, which is kind of the same as interstitial fluid, but just like more closer to the cells, or really perspective, like as it's leaving the cell, maybe you call it extracellular fluid. Then you got the cytoplasm in the cell, but then you got, like lymph in your ear, that's just for the ear. You got, water around the heart, that's just for the heart. You got the sac around the lungs, just for the lungs. You got cerebral spinal fluid, just for the spine and the brain. Like, so there's different types of water all around your body that's made for, it has a specific type of electromagnetic cocktail for the organs and tissues that it inhabits, right? But the thing is, Homeboy made it like, Homeboy in the clip, he makes it like your body doesn't like water, you know what I'm saying? And you have to consume water that's already these type of ways. Like you have to consume water that's the mineral consistency with amino acid. Like you have to consume blood plasma in order to have blood plasma. You have to consume interstitial fluid in order to have. You have to consume cerebral spinal fluid in order. Like that's crazy. No, 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 no. We would all been dead a long time ago. Like that's not. No, your body produces these different things, these different types of water. Your body creates these things, right? That's one of the reasons why your aorta, aka the Y septor, can be likened to the fountain of youth because the aorta is the distribution highway for a lot of these different things, and it helps to initiate some of the mixing processes, along with the liver for your body to have these different types of fluids. But if you don't have the fluids, your body will stop. Now, that being said, there's another part that's almost insane in what he said, right? When he is like making the context that your body doesn't like regular water or pure water, that's what I'm just saying. Like, folks got to read, bro. Folks got to read. I have a book called Mitochondria Water, right?
You got what? Mitochondria water?
Yeah, I have a
I
book
want
called
that one.
Mitochondria Water. And it's a small book, very easy read, right? But it's about the fact that your mitochondria produce water. And we overlook that. Like we like there's aspects of the mitochondria that people just not discussing. And I'm saying to myself, mitochondria has become such a buzzword and trending topic for health channels. Like when they don't have content, it's almost like when you look at the rap YouTube channels, like the last year or so, like last 2 years, when they run out of content, it's Drake and Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? Like when they know, okay, cool, we searching for content, but if nobody gets arrested or shot, we can always go back to, if nothing else, do you think Kendrick's next song will diss Drake? I heard Drake's in the studio. Let's do 60 minutes on the anticipation of Drake's next act. Like, so mitochondria has become that thing in the health space. They run out of content, they go to mitochondria. You know what I'm saying? And they had 1,000, a million videos on mitochondria, and like never mentioned the fact that mitochondria recycles water the same way it recycles ATP. It's even more efficient at recycling water than ATP because if the recycling of the water stops, the recycling of the ATP stops, right? The fact that mitochondria is dealing with subatomic particles. Nobody really stresses that. Like electrons and protons are subatomic particles. So we don't really understand the nature of the human body, which is the reason why, you know, we got like a whole new movement built around electrogenesis, right? Um, all of that quantum, and that's another pet peeve. Like the scientific community just made me sick with all these guys, like, full on time and just, oh, quantum mechanics. I'm like, stop mentioning quantum anything, bro. If you're not talking about pigment, just don't mention. You don't know what you're talking about. Like it's what do you like? Stop watching Neil deGrasse. Like stop watching these. This is irrelevant conversation. Like what are you talking about? If you're talking about quantum science, you should be talking about pigment, right? If you're not talking about pigment, then you're talking about abstract ideas of quantum mechanics, meaning they don't pertain to life. These are abstract conversations. No matter how detailed and intricate they are, if we're not talking pigment, it's an abstract. It doesn't pertain to life. If it does pertain to pigment, then we got a conversation, right? And that's what's happening in mitochondria. The electron transport chain is made of the same types of pigment as your blood. It's heme groups. And these heme groups, with the help of iron, just like your blood, are able to weave subatomic particles, right? At the space where science admittedly doesn't know what's happening, which is the interesting part, right? Because science said, sometimes it's a wave, sometimes it's a particle. We understand there's quantum tunneling involved, but, to the extent we don't really know. So, we just stick with the particle conversation, like electrons, protons, or particles, and we mention them in the same space as like a calcium ion or a magnesium ion, but these are vastly different. It's like insanely different. Like an electron, comparing that to like a vitamin, like it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, but anyway, so mitochondria are recycling hundreds of gallons of water in your body every single day.
It's not only doing that, it's recycling itself.
It's recycling itself. That's your mitophagy bag. I didn't forget. I didn't forget.
I've been reading, Inky.
Yeah. It's
I'm
also
on your bumper, nigga.
Listen, it's also recycling light. You know what I'm saying? It's also recycling light. For a long time, they didn't know that mitochondria were photoactive. You know what I'm saying? So there's a whole nother world waiting to be opened in terms of these mitochondria conversations.
Y'all niggas got to call me Dr. HJ soon, nigga.
Hey, listen, I'm Inkhotep. I done already got my passport stamped. I'm Inkhotep. That's my new, you know what I'm saying? Like that's on my passport. Inkhotep. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, so just knowing that each mitochondria in your cells, right? And some of your cells have 2,000, some of your cells have millions of mitochondria. So all of your cells are actually producing pure water. The same water that he's saying that your body's just going to pee out. Like and this is why it was a couple of weeks ago and the structured water thing had came up then. And when it did, I was saying, listen, the process of water structuring is much more interesting than the actual structured water thing, right? Because the process of structuring the water is where all the magic happens. That's where the vortexing is. That's where sound comes into play, cymatics disguised as kinetic energy, right? Coherent domains, like pools of electrons, pools of protons, which again, you got to think a pool of electrons. Wait a minute. A pool of electrons. So these are subatomic particles. So these are wave-like, it's just, so this is happening in the cell. Water is not structured and then it goes into the cell. Water is becoming structured in the cell.
So which means that when water enters your body, it's actually being deconstructed.
Well, water does that all the time. That when water's moving, that's why water is not supposed to be stagnant. So when water moves, it disassociates and reassociates all the time. That's why
Interesting.
people thought they was like doing something, reading again. This guy who was talking about melanin is human chlorophyll. And he's like, yeah, because the water molecule, melanin is able to disassociate a water molecule. I'm like, oh, stop saying that. That does not make you smart. You only sound smart next to people who don't read books. Just stop right there. That is the definition of being the guy with the one eye in the land of the blind. Like, stop that. Everything disassociates water molecules. Water disassociates water molecules. Movement, sound, light, everything. Water, that's what water does. That's what water does. It constantly is flowing, and as it's flowing, it's breaking down and coming back together and breaking down and coming back
But when it
together.
enters your body,
Yeah, it goes through a lot of processes.
electrons are being pulled off, and
All kind of stuff is happening. All
yeah.
kind of stuff is happening. That's the essence of redox is the water molecule. The essence of redox, which is reduction and oxidation. But your whole body. So we have another book, right? Of course. We have another book. It's called Lymphatic Immunity, right? And then we have
Kay
another.
just put it in the chat. Lymphatic immunity, sheet music, true and living comedic science.
Yeah, we got that. And then we also have another book called Hydrochemistry, right? So we got a few water books, you know what I'm saying? But your body, so when people put up well, they fell off now, but there was a point where on social media or Facebook, like a water meme was gold. Like if you posted a water meme, you was guaranteed to see some numbers. You know, the little memes where show you your body's like 65% water, and then it shows bones, 80% water. This, break that like it's like people just get these static ideas in their mind and there's no understanding. Like there's nobody's study. Like, so because your body is water based, your body is a system of water systems. Like everything in your so all of your body systems is processing water. You know what I'm saying? Like even when you eat food, it's water that breaks it down. Like water is doing everything in your body. And so your body is about processing water. Largely, our lymphatic system, again, is a water filtration system to constantly clean and recycle your water. You know what I'm saying? So there's no such a thing as like water drinking and then it goes to your private part. Like your water has to go through a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you got issues where maybe something's going on in your digestive system or whatever the case may be, you might even have water come out in your stool. Like people have had watery poop. You know what I'm saying? But in a healthy person, no, water's got to go through a whole process before it gets to your bladder. Like it's got to go through a whole process. And now that we know about the lymphatic system, hint, hint, wink, wink, there's even more. There's another X hundreds of miles that your water has to travel. Water has a lot of traveling to do before it just goes through your body. And the idea that regular water, and I got to keep saying regular because again, we don't know what he had, right? But when people ask me like, what's the best type of water to drink? Because we'll get into these conversations. And again, I have to remind folks, my name is Inky. So like my favorite thing when I started was this. Like this was the thing. Inky's the god of water. He's also the god of mischief, but god of water. You know what I'm saying? So he'd be like, yo, Inky, what you know about the Sumerians? So I'm like, don't ask me about Sumerians. Don't ask me about water. What do you know about Inky? Like if you're asking Inky like that, clearly you don't know that much about the Sumerian science because you're asking Inky. So, but so water was my thing for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah. So your body is designed to do a lot of different things with water. Like water is.
Sidebar, Sauce, I need you to update your badges. Tanai's in the chat. I need you to update your badges. I got a comment here from Tanai I want to read. But I was reading something up on Palestine and Israel earlier, and one of their tribes was called Patah. And I was like, uh-oh.
That's crazy. That's wild right there.
Tanai said, people also don't stress Mitochondrial water and deuterium proteum balance.
Now, see, that's he doing that thing again. But here's the thing. Check this out. That's an interesting pocket, right? That's an interesting pocket because a lot of so we get into deuterium, right? So because deuterium is a whole universe, right? It gets sticky with deuterium, right? So for the people that don't know, you have hydrogen, then you have deuterium and tritium or tri something or other, right? But it's heavier forms of hydrogen, basically, right? Just for the people that but deuterium is natural. It's all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So there's a point where deuterium pops out in some early research um, as fighting cancer, right? And so, that came in and it kind of faded out, right? And then it's quiet for a little while. And then out of nowhere, this whole new thing pops up again, kind of like the Cajun water did, about deuterium depleted water. And everybody is on this deuterium depletion kick and it's going crazy, right? And so I'm like, hey, hold up. Y'all get ready to go Cajun route again. I'm gonna need y'all to hit the brakes. I'm gonna need y'all to hit the brakes. Where did that research originate? Nobody knows. I'm like, okay, well, I do. Okay. I forgot the guy's name, but there's a guy that came out with this triple distiller. So he came with the deuterium depletion in order to sell his
So
machine.
he doing triple distiller and he ain't making no beer?
He started a whole movement of deuterium depletion. And then some folks looked into it and they found out that in some populations of people, deuterium can, damage the cytochrome 5, right? The one that actually recycles ATP, right? Now, here's the real science on that. That some of that is real, right? Some of that is real, but this is one of those rare instances where it is like the white folks, black folks issue, right? So a lot of us is the same, but when it comes to the deuterium thing, this is one of those issues, right? Because if you come from a long line of folks that are from cold climate, right? So primarily fat, primarily
Polar
meats,
people.
primarily fats and meats, right? That is a deuterium depleted diet. That's a deuterium depleted diet. Now, if you come from green places where there's lots of greens and people are eating a lot of plants, right? Then that is a deuterium rich environment, right? So, one guy, I'm not going to say his name, right? But he got mad with me because I was mad with him and, whatever. He thought that he would go on to the internet and start telling people that, deuterium, Inky doesn't know what he's talking about with deuterium, blah, 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 blah. Now, this guy also has some herbal formulas that have certain roots in there, yellow dock and, other roots like that. And I said, see, this is what happens when we get mad enough to, how they say, spite your face. You cut off your nose to spite your face. I was like, all of those roots are rich in deuterium. So, unbeknownst to you, as you're telling people don't take the deuterium, you do know you sell deuterium supplements to like so. But so yeah, so there are plants that particularly roots, you know what I'm saying, of like C3, C4 vegetables, like roots particularly concentrate, like leaves, kind of get rid of deuterium, but like stems and certain vegetables and a lot of roots concentrate deuterium. So it's not really that much of a big to do as people would, like make it seem. But there are populations of folks that are affected, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's not that big of a deal. It really was a marketing plan to sell products, you know what I'm saying? It really was a marketing plan to sell products, but no, no, no. Tanai is as usual in sniper mode. He's absolutely 1000%. That is a big part of the water conversation, like the water universe, that deuterium, and it's going to get more and more popular. Like as people get, the yays and the nays are going to get more popular with that deuterium conversation. But people have to realize that, some of these things about what we should eat and what we shouldn't eat are less about humans and more about, what your single nucleotide polymorphisms are, or simplified terms like, where your people come from. Yeah. But the water thing, like just to finish it though, like your body is a water system. Your body creates a lot of different types of waters, right? We forget your body creates hydrogen peroxide, which is also a type of water, right? Yeah, your body's constantly creating hydrogen peroxide. It's one of the things that melanocytes do best, better than maybe most of the other cells, because they produce so much catalase, and catalase is an enzyme that turns peroxide back into, regular water, right? But your body's constant. So regular water, H2O, right? H2O, two hydrogens for every oxygen. Peroxide is H2O2, two hydrogens for every two oxygens. So when you get H2O2, you now have peroxide, right? Like you buy in a brown bottle in the supermarket, you pour on the cut. That's peroxide, H2O2. Then when you get to what the guy was trying to talk about in the clip, that's more like H3O2. H3O2. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at it, you can see how the water molecules build and just how adding an atom or two here and there changes the structure. So you go from H2O, H2O2 to H3O2, right? And those are totally different substances. And then from there, using those substances as a base, you build out by adding different aminos, different sugars. Sugar changes the water, salt changes the water, ion concentrations, you know, particular organs, particular cell groups have to have different types of ion concentration. So it's he got something to sell. That guy, he was selling something.
So we got to put element in our water when we drink it. Then basically, what you saying?
That is definitely not what I'm saying. That's definitely not what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like Element be lucky if they survive RFK. You know what I'm saying? Listen. Element would be lucky if they survive RFK. They better stop playing, man. You better off with that Mama Atomics, man. But
You
but
think
yeah, yeah.
RFK might get him out of paint?
RFK gonna get a lot of people without saying nobody's name. He ain't gotta call nobody's name. He ain't gotta say no companies. He don't gotta say no products. Everybody's scared. It's like having a room full of roaches and somebody put the lights on. Everybody running scared. Because all of them products use synthetic dyes and colors. So he ain't gotta say you. He just say, listen, we get ready to make yellow number, we get ready to make yellow number 5, yellow number, all that's get ready to be illegal. So now, if you got lemony drinks that you've been drinking, all them lemony drinks, most of them lemony drinks is yellow number 5, yellow number 6, and they know that the writing's on the wall, so they trying to get that off as soon as possible. They're like, oh, we ain't got no police out here for the next 2 months? Bet. I'm getting ready to sell all the drugs that I got, and then I'm gonna open up a barbershop. Like that's kind of what these folks is doing with the, corporate level. Like yeah. So they know. And then once you can't get it off in America no more, you in trouble. You got to go to third world countries. So they'll just stop selling in America and move to some other countries where it's still legal to sell some of these chemicals. Same way they've been doing in Europe. And in the is it the book that you got? No, it's in the Constitution. So that book that you got, or one of the books that you got, is called the Declaration of Independence. That's the electric kinesiology book. That's the Declaration of Independence. And then it has a sister book called the Constitution, which is the biochemistry book, the food book. In that book, I use Starburst as a primary example. So I break down the ingredient list of American Starburst and European Starburst so that it can hit home and people can see what I'm saying.
Starburst, the candy.
Yeah, yeah. So Starburst is sold in America. They sell a zillion of them every day in America. They also sell a zillion of them every day over in Europe. Problem is, the Starburst is light years difference. Instead of using synthetic colors in the Starburst in Europe, they actually use real pigment from algae. So the green in Starburst in Europe is actually from chlorophyll. Like, like it's not green numbered, it's not that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's totally different. They use fruit sugar extracted from fruit still attached to fiber in their Starburst. Over here, it's powdered fructose, pure madness.
Oxalase.
Right. Yeah. So I go through the Starburst ingredients just so people could get an example. Like you're confused because you're at the surface level with everything. So you can't understand what's happening just beneath the surface level. Like, yeah, people here are eating Starburst, and when you go overseas, you can still get Starburst. It's just like all the other products. So we're confused because we're like, no, I can go to McDonald's here. And then when I leave here, I can go to McDonald's there. And I'm like, it's not exactly the same. Because when you go to McDonald's over there, yeah, those product, that burger is not the same as that burger. That drink is not the same as that drink. And then you got to understand the nature of hustling in the neighborhood, right? Because otherwise it gets confusing. It gets really hard to explain to people if they don't, like if they come from the city and they understand people selling dope, people selling crack, people selling cocaine, if they understand that, then they'll understand what's going on with these businesses. You know what I'm saying? But if not, then you probably need to watch you like a season, like the original season of Power, maybe, or something like that. And it'll help you guys understand. But you sell drugs over there, right? And over there just means anywhere besides where you live, right? So over there. And where do you want to live with your children and your family? In a drug-free neighborhood, a safe neighborhood with police and everything. You might be donating to police. Like you down with you, hey, how you doing, officer? Like you and officers might hoop a little, like y'all, you good. That same guy might be over there with the ski mask on, moving the bricks in the woo woo. Like over there, he might be somebody else, and then over here, he's somebody. So that's the same concept with what these companies are doing. America is treated as the block, it's the corner. So people from all over the world come here to get their work off. So so they come here to sell the things that they don't want their children to eat. They don't want their children to have.
Same thing with
So
Silicon Valley.
so at the country that they're from, oh, they're banning all this. They're banning all these products. So China will make a whole bunch of products for children in America to use that is illegal for children in China to use. Europeans will leave Europe, come over here, start companies, make food products, and sell the food to our children and pass laws in their country to make those products illegal to sell to their own children. Like that's kind of how that goes. Like the country where Ozempic is from, those people had to fight for the right to get Ozempic because the people who made Ozempic was like, hey, we should just sell this to the Americans. Like, let's not consume this. This is not okay. we're gonna get this bag. Like we're gonna, like go get that bag. Get that bag. Get that bag. We're gonna get this bag, and then we'll figure some other things out. Like we'll get treadmills. Like we'll get dumbbells. Like, we'll get some fruits and veggies. We'll get those things. We'll sell the pills to the Americans. Like that's so, that's kind of how the world views America as a, that's why there's the illusion of the American wealth. The idea of American wealth is not that the people are wealthy because again, health is wealth, and everybody will tell you that. You don't need a holistic, naturopathic, vegan plan. Like you don't need a type of inky to tell you that. Everybody will tell you health is wealth, right? But then when you go, okay, well, America's the wealthiest nation in the world. You go, oh, hold on. How is that? Like, are you? You gotta look around and be like, wait a minute, is everybody illiterate out? Is what is happening with the reading of the books? See, this is what's happening with you audiobook people. You audiobook people don't realize you're illiterate and you can't understand. Your comprehension level's dropping with the audiobooks. So if you say that health is wealth, and then you say America's the wealthiest nation in the world, but then you follow that up with statistics that shows that America's the sickest country in the world, you are left with the conundrum of saying, wait a minute, if health is wealth and America's the wealthiest country in the world and we're the sickest country in the world, let's revisit the health is wealth. Clear. So which part is fake? Something's wrong. Like if P then Q, then R is not P. If it's Q, it could be P sometimes if it's not Q. Like it gets crazy. And you got to realize, then you get back to this whole conversation about fiat, right? You get to this fiat conversation and you realize there's a reason why certain words have dual meanings, right? So, like, we use the term spend, the word spend. We use the word spend when referring to our money, right? So, we spend money on the things that we want. Okay, we spend money. But then we also say that we spend time, right? We spend time. Then there's another word called pay, right? We pay our bills. Yeah, we pay our bills again with money. Like we spend money, we pay our bills. But on the flip side, we spend time and we pay attention, right? So I have to have these conversations about like corporations. What is it that you think has real value in the world? Right? What do you think has real value in the world? See, I got books on this. I got books on
Attention,
this. People,
attention and time.
yeah, that's the real value. And that's what they're paying to harvest. It's a farm. America's a farm. They're attention harvesting here. That's what they package and sell. That's the most valuable thing that and a skilled person, a skilled zombie, their attention is worth more than anything else in the world. Their attention is worth more than anything else in the world. And what I mean is, think about this. Corporations pay you per hour to work, right? So a corporation will pay you $10 an hour, right? $20 an hour, depending on the job, maybe $50 an hour. You might be somewhere cushy, you might be getting 200-300 a day, or whatever the case it is. You're getting paid per hour. They've put a dollar value on your time. And that dollar value is some fraction of the amount of money that you earn for them in that time period. Otherwise, you don't have a value. So if you make for them in a day $500 to $1,000, they may pay you $100 to $200 a day. Now, you have to ask yourself, if they're paying you hundreds of dollars per hour, why would they then turn around and spend billions of dollars to control what you do with the money they just paid you? I'm gonna need y'all to run that back in your mind. This is what I learned being a fly on the wall on Wall Street. Okay, when I was a fly on the wall on Wall Street, because I worked on Wall Street. And so I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. The names of the CEOs are promoted, right? They put out Forbes magazine, this and that. Like the names of the business presidents, managers, executives is public information. But the names of the owners is not public information. That's not public. So you don't know that the ownership behind the banks is the ownership behind the fast food companies, is also the ownership behind the drug companies. Like when people found out Michael Jordan was heavily invested in prison, they were like, "Oh my God, Michael, how could you do this to us with the black community?" He might not even know that. Like he probably got somebody that's throwing his money. Like, and then the crazy thing is, I didn't even want to defend Mike, but I was like, hold on. Y'all acting crazy. Do y'all know how many of y'all are also invested in the private prisons? I said, y'all don't even know how much you at home, you're invested in private prisons right now. You're invested in McDonald's right now. Like you talking all this crazy stuff on the internet with these memes and you're invested when you at your job and your money goes into a mutual fund. You don't know where that goes. You got three options: safe, medium risk, and high risk. If you go high risk, it's faster potential turnover, but you could lose money faster. In the medium space, it's like they're gonna go half and half with your portfolio. They're gonna put some risky investments and a whole bunch of blue chips. Blue chips, the safe investments, those are all the things that you're on the internet detesting. Those are all the things you're protesting against. McDonald's and all those companies. Those are all those same safety. And yeah, we're gonna earn our savings and we're gonna get rich playing the stocks. I'm like, yo, y'all got like two sides of your mouth y'all talk out of. Y'all don't realize you're funding these same companies you're protesting. Like, but I learned on Wall Street, like the ownership is hidden, right? So you don't really get to understand that it's a very small group of people that's making these decisions. So they're deciding to pay you 10, 20, $50 an hour, but then they're also putting billions of dollars out there to get that 10, 20, or $50 right back from you. In fact, they spend more money on controlling how you spend your money so that if you make 50 an hour, you spend about $53 to $56 per hour. So they gear your lifestyle to just over what your earning capability is to keep you in debt. And then they sprinkle a few gurus around that tells you that you can get rich going into debt because debt's a good thing and blah 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 blah. Like it's wild out here. It's wild out here. You know
It's
what
a
I'm saying?
wicked game.
It's a wicked game.
If you wanna get your money right, make sure y'all watch Hotep Jesus live.
That's right. Get with that ownership and that freedom talk. That's where you know that's where you need to be at.
What you drinking on right there? What you got?
I'm almost certain that the people in the chat already know.
Chat, what he drinking? Who in the chat know what he drinking?
I said Blue Magic.
Blue Magic and what?
Blue Magic? Blue Magic. That's the Blue Magic.
Just that?
No, it's so now I got the Blue Magic in there. I got some like a half a bag of greens in there.
When you say greens, what kind of greens you talking about?
Mixed leaves, mixed leaves. It's like spinach leaves and like a bunch of spring mixed leaves.
Oh, okay.
Be getting the boxes on clearance, whatever's on sale. I just be grabbing all the greens. They got the organic joints. They be like $5.99 a box. And so when they go on sale, like after 2, 3 days, they go on sale. Those $6 boxes become $2, and I just fill up my wagon. I just clear all of them. I just get every one. I don't even. My children trained by now. They know. Don't even worry about what it say on there. Just put the greens in the box. Like just get all of those with that kind of tag on there. Yeah, all them reduced clearance. Yeah, get all them right there. Just put all them in there. So, we just throw them in there.
And then what else?
Then I got some oats in there to give it like a milky kind of vibe. And then sometimes we put leftover dinner in there.
Leftover dinner? What?
Yeah. That's why I get crazy. So sometimes I don't even tell people what I be, because my smoothies just don't even. It just be
So
like,
you
yeah,
got chicken and shit in there?
no, lentils and stuff like that.
In the shake? Yo.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Lot of chopped onions. Like onions is real good for the smoothie. Throw some raw onions in there.
Nigga got some
Try
lasagna. He just throw the whole lasagna in the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying, chat?
Yeah. Probably not the pasta and the meat. You know what I'm saying? Probably not the pasta and the meat, but like we have some leftover beans or something. Throw them joints right in the smoothie.
Okay. All right. Let's go to this vitamin D clip. Today's episode is called Give Her That Vitamin D. We're going to go to this clip. Let's pull this up. Inky, you already familiar with the clip, but I'm about to share it on the screen now. Let's
Yeah,
go
I'm gonna
ahead and
watch it
hit
again.
this. All right. Mute your mic. I'm about to play it in 3, 2, 1. If I get some volume. What the fuck, YouTube? Y'all see, YouTube try to be everybody but themselves. All right, here we go.
And then age plays a role. So as we age, everything is less efficient. A 70-year-old makes about, I think it's 4 times less vitamin D3 in their skin than their former 20-year-old self. So, and then of course, modern day society. So we're inside, indoors, we're at our computers, we're in our cubicles, we're technology, we're not out, it's not an agricultural society. We're not outside, as much as we used to be. And so vitamin D is just not being made in our skins like it was 100 years ago. So there's a lot of reasons why it's widespread. And then age plays a role. So as we age, everything is.
Now you said she on point. Rhonda Patrick, that's her name. Shout out to not put this on the desk. What up, dudes?
Yes, she is definitely she is sharp when it comes to that vitamin D. Like she's thorough with it. She's thorough. I'm not necessarily I mean, she's thorough. I ain't trying to take nothing away from her. I ain't trying to take nothing away from her. But there's more conversation that could be had. I'm looking for some books right now. But I have a couple of books particularly pertaining to this conversation. As usual, right? People come to expect. Oh, here they go, right here. Here they go, right here. Um, the kitchen chemistry book, right? Then we got the autodidact book, right? Live fast, die dumb, right? Not live fast, die young. Live fast, die dumb. That's the autodidact book. And then we have the orthorexia book, Pulse of the Culture, right? These 3 books are my skintology series, right? These 3 books is my skintology series. So there's a greater conversation that needs to be had surrounding like so like she said, okay, boom. So let's just start at the top, right? So she said, as we age, our skin is able to produce less vitamin D. Okay, so the question should be why, right? Because she veered off and went into like, we're indoors and blah, blah, blah. And, I respect her though. So with her, I'm going to say this is a clip from probably a much larger conversation because she gets busy with the 1 hour, 2 hour PowerPoints. Like she's pretty thorough. So I'm gonna say this is a clip, even though I know the pocket that I go into, she's not there yet, right? Because I know who's hip to the conversation and who's not, right? And we started the conversation. This is a conversation that, they try to steal from us. But the whole conversation about, like melanin versus diabetes and the skin being the epicenter for metabolic disease and all that. So they try to come along later and take the swag and they create their own terminology called transepidermal water loss, right? So transepidermal water loss is it basically is like your skin's drying out over time. And as your skin loses water, it loses the ability to be the protective agent and, things start from there. But again, this is why electrogenesis is important. This is why it's important for us to understand that our body is like an electronic device, no different than your laptop. Like the only difference is like I can't even say the type of material because if we talk about your laptop is made out of metals and why like the laptop is made out of metals, your body's made out of metals. Like we don't think of it that way because the laptop or something like that is like hard metal, but your blood doesn't work without iron. Like like it's metal. Like you need copper. Like copper in the computer is copper. Like it's so we got to get that concept. Right? So there's transepidermal water loss, there's damage to the skin over time, right? So it's not just about us not being in the sun, at least not in the direct sense that we're used to. It's like, oh, we got to get sun to make vitamin D. First things first, we got to put cholesterol back in that conversation because cholesterol is vitamin D. So that's the first thing people have to come to terms with. Cholesterol is vitamin D. But you've been told to stay away from cholesterol and then also being sold vitamin D by the same group of people because they know that you don't read. So they know that you're not going to know that UVB sunlight converts cholesterol into vitamin D. So if you take drugs like statins that stop your body from producing cholesterol, you could be buck naked in the sun for like 24 hours straight and still not produce any vitamin D because you don't have any cholesterol in your skin. So the reason why darker skinned people usually have higher levels of cholesterol is because they're from a place where they're supposed to be getting more sun. And so if you're getting more sun, you have to have the cholesterol there to act as a buffer. And the problem with cholesterol is not cholesterol building up, it's how fast are you converting your cholesterol, right? So if you come from a line of people that come from the sun and the equator, right? You're going to have a lot more cholesterol production because in your natural environment, you have a much higher turnover rate for cholesterol, which is the reason why you have more fast twitch muscles because your body's also turning over that cholesterol into testosterone. So there's a whole, there's a more of a conversation that needs to be had. Then we have to get into the pigment part of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole pigment part, like the opsins. There's a whole opsin conversation that's missing. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we got the 3 books to really go in deeper. But the opsin conversation is missing. This is why we focus on pigment in the diet, right? Pigment in the diet is a big thing. Um, cholesterol stays active in your body. I mean, chlorophyll stays active in your body.
What do you mean stays active?
So going back to the greens that's in my drink, right? So there's greens in my drink. So when I drink those greens, those chlorophylls are going to go into the fat in my body and change the way the fat behaves in my body. Yeah, there's a whole nother conversation about chlorophyll that people don't get. And I wouldn't have got it either. But I'm legend of Wusia. Like it's,
So
just
that's why they
legend of
say when
Wusia.
you eat in the greens, you are.
No, 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 no. We're not even gonna do whatever you saying, I gotta cut you off.
They say if you want to lose
Zip,
weight,
zip,
eat the
zip, zip,
greens.
zap, zip.
That's what
That's
they
why the
said.
perfect black is green. That no, no, no. We not gonna credit none of them people who you just getting ready to credit. We just gonna go right back to Kemet and go. You do know that the perfect black, the prototype, is always showed with green skin. Like that's we just gonna go right there. We're gonna go right there with it. Like that's we gotta go right there. We gotta go chlorophyll in the skin. Like, wait, how do you get chlorophyll in the skin? Have you had a salad lately, or do you only have? Oh, I got it. The only greens y'all eating is green powders. Cause see, y'all in y'all mind, y'all thinking you watching them other channels, and so you watching them other channels. They, oh no, I got the green powder. So now, no, I put the green powder in my smoothie. Oh, okay, all right. Go ahead. You run with that. See, the natural path is the natural path. So they didn't have powder to go in their drinks. They didn't even have blenders back in the day. They had to eat the actual greens, like so. So there are benefits to actually eating the foods instead of the food substitutes. Right?
But the greens is burning the fat.
Well, there's no such thing as burning fat. There's no such thing as burning fat. That's not a real thing. That is a sin. You know what I'm saying? See, I gotta start converting folks online. Like I gotta start getting folks to accept Christ as their Lord and Savior. You know what I'm saying? So like people can get it. Like when you accept Christ as your Lord and Savior, then you'll know there's no such thing as burning fat.
Everybody online said you burn fat. You
And
exercise, you burn fat.
nobody online can show you where you burn fat. Like nobody can show you biochemically fat burning. Nobody has ever showed that. Like anybody that talks about metabolism, they tell you, oh yeah, well your body, you take the fatty acids and your body will convert the fatty acids into, tricarboxylic acid cycle and electrons, and then so the electrons will go to the mitochondria through FAD, cytochrome 2. And then when the electrons go to mitochondria, you're gonna be able to recycle the ATP. I'm like, so where did the burning happen? Like, what part did fire go on? Like, where was burning? Where was burning at? Because there's no burning there. There's no burning. There's no burning happened in any of that. There's no scientific formula of metabolism that demonstrates any burning. And when you talk about something being converted into electrons, that's a whole nother conversation because you're not burning fat, you're turning it into electricity.
Tanai said you don't burn. Technically, you combust.
Right, that's a more scientifically astute conversation, but like I said, electrogenesis. What you're doing is creating electricity, which is why we got to get deeper into the conversation about what's actually happening in the mitochondria with electrons and protons.
And where's that book?
That book it's a series of them, but it starts with the Codex of Living Current.
The Codex
So
of
it
Living
starts with the
Current.
Codex, and then there's a whole
That's the
rich
new one, right?
tabs. Newish, yeah. You know me. New is very relative.
That's the brown one. That's the brown cover.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. New is very relative. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a new one that just dropped.
He said it's a combustion of hydrocarbon, which is sugars, is a redox process.
Boom. So in the redox process, right, you're moving around electrons and protons, or positive ions and negative ions. So yeah, there's a conversation to be had. I'll wrestle with Tanai offline. Get
Inky,
Tanai to accept Christ as his Lord and Savior.
we gonna come back to vitamin D. Dudes as Inky, do you eat for taste or just treat food as fuel?
Actually, that's one of my old like that's how I used to break food down actually. So you got to come up with that for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But I do say, you know, you got to have some ratio eat for the body, some ratio eat for the tongue. So that's how we used to break that down. And you figure out what those numbers is. You know what I'm saying? But the more you eat for the body and the less you eat for the tongue, the better off you'll be. And then when you get to a space where you can eat for the body and make your tongue happy at the same time, you really on fire. You know what I'm saying? But of course I
Yeah,
eat. I'm from 158th Street in the Bronx. Like, don't let the science fool you. I got a lot of. I'm working on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a work in progress. I don't live in a cave. I'm not eating pure grass. Like, none of that's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's a work in progress. You know what I'm saying? But when you online, you need to try to be as correct as possible when speaking to the masses, because people listening, like, we have 500 people listen to this. There's people in every sector of life listening to this. So there's somebody that's listening to this video with the blunt burning right now with a 50-cent malt liquor, right? Then you have somebody else listening that thinks they're doing better because they may have like a tequila cup and like a cigar. Like, they don't, oh, I'm not smoking weed. This is a fine cigar. I've paid, you know, whatever. Like, then you got somebody that's vegan, somebody that's keto, somebody that's paleo, somebody, you know, people all over the place. So you just got to try to be as correct as possible with the information.
a bunch of people said they in the demographic. They in the demographic. You know that yeah. There's some weed smokers in this chat. Yeah, yeah,
Well, no,
yeah.
no, no, weed smoke, but weed smoke is like a, that's not even a demographic. That the weed smoke is all over the place. You got people that are making 4 blunts out of a $10 bag, and people that are rolling up 35 and $50 bags. Like, it's a universe. It's a universe worth of difference. You know what I'm saying? People are smoking like 70% cigar because there's barely any weed in that blunt. like there's a lot of difference, you know, there's a lot going on in the weed universe. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, you know, people got to stretch their weed, you know what I'm saying? Because they don't realize, you know what I'm saying? You don't realize that you're a drug addict. You know what I'm saying? If you smoke weed, you don't realize you're a drug addict till, you know, your finances change. Like, a lot of people start smoking weed when they got, you know, they got a few dollars, so they don't realize, you know, oh, weed is natural. You know, they don't realize. I'm not a drug addict. We talking about, I smoke a little weed, but, you know, I'm not. I don't use no drugs. Okay, all right, cool. Wait till you run out. You know, wait till you run out.
That demon pop out.
No, it's just the addiction. Like, you're a fiend. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a fiend. If you can't go to sleep without smoking, you're a fiend. You're addicted. If you can't eat without smoking, you know. If you can't have sex without smoking, like, if you can't do the basics of life, sleep, eat, or have sex without the drug, you're an addict. Yeah. You can't enjoy a movie with your kids. Like, before you go to the movie theater with your kids, you got to get a blunt in real quick. Like, you got issues. You got to work through them. You got to work through them. I only know because I've been there. I only know because I've been there. I only know because I've been there. That's the difference between me and a lot of people on the internet. I only know because I've been there. You know what I'm saying? I can only tell you about fat people because I've been fat. Different degrees of fat, even obese at certain points in my life. So I know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be addicted to weed, and I know what it is to be addicted to cigarettes. I know what it is to be addicted to Oreo cookies. I know what it is to be addicted to ranch dressing. Okay, so,
You coming for my ranch dressing?
whew, listen, you don't even understand what queso morphine is doing to your body until you stop using queso morphine.
Queso more. That sound like cheese morphine.
That's exactly what that is. It's milk morphine, but it's still morphine nonetheless.
What do you mean is morphine? What is
Wow.
morphine? Morphine
Okay.
is like a
You know what
drug.
morphine is. Stop that. You know, see, look, yeah, we talked about that safe place in your brain, that our brain. So you know what morphine is. But now that I said it's in the ranch, you're like, what is morphine? Like, no. You know what morphine is, and it's in the ranch. Yeah. It's in the cheese of all
Ain't
sorts.
no morphine in my ranch dressing. How is morphine in my ranch dressing?
Morphine is in all milk products. This is why animals is not supposed to have the milk products of other animals. This is one of the main reasons. It's morphine. So, have you ever noticed that babies go right to sleep after mommy give them that breast?
Yeah.
Right. It's because of the morphine. Yeah, mommy's breast milk has morphine in it, and she gave him just enough morphine. Human breast milk has just enough morphine for a little tiny little human, right? Little 10-pound, 20-pound human. You're gonna get just enough morphine to drift you on off to sleep. Now, problem comes in where you put that little 10-pound, 15-pound human onto cow's milk. Because see, the cow's milk has enough morphine for a 100-pound calf. So, so that morphine hit is way different. Yeah. So when you raise your children up on cow's milk, it just things are different. We'll just leave it there. Things are different. The milk people get personal. I don't want to fight with the milk folks. Everybody, listen. It's the same as fighting with heroin folks. Like it's literally morphine.
So
Yeah.
drinking that cow's milk upstairs is going it got morphine in there.
Blue Magic. It's a name brand. Blue Magic. It's a name brand. So now, when you calling yours red, I don't care if you call it red dog shit. If you what, like, don't call it Blue Magic. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's trying to explain to you. Queso morphine.
All right, what about Caesar's dressing?
Well, you know what I mean.
Different type of morphine?
Let me ask you. Let's just do it like this, because I know you're trying to find the sweet spot. Is Caesar's dressing made with milk and/or cheese? We could just
Hold
do
on,
it that way.
I gotta Google it. Hold on, let me see what's in this.
Is it white and milky?
Hold on, let me see. I gotta see.
No, you don't. You already know what's in there. You're just trying to find a safe space. Like, am I getting high? Am I on morphine? What is, I can't, I gotta stop these Tuesday shows we gotta script this out, Ink. We gotta start getting this out the way in advance.
It's got mayonnaise in it.
Okay, that's a whole nother, okay. Mayonnaise, interesting thing.
It got Parmesan cheese in it.
Okay. That's crazy that there's a dressing that has mayonnaise in it. Mayonnaise is a dressing. Like that's a wild cover. That's a wild cover. That's a dressing disguised as another dressing. That's crazy.
But mayonnaise is all right though. That's.
You trolling.
We can't have mayonnaise.
We can have crack or heroin or 50-cent beers. Like we can have anything. It's all available to purchase. Now, is it good for you is a whole nother question.
What's wrong with mayonnaise?
What is mayonnaise?
Oil and milk.
Is what?
Oil and milk.
Come on, bro. You know mayonnaise is not oil and milk.
What is it?
Man, they take all the leftovers from the stuff they can't sell in the meat places. They blend all that up. Nah, I ain't messing with the mayo, folks. You know how long I've been eating mayo? I come from mayo sandwiches, boy. We couldn't even afford to put nothing else on the bread. Mayo was a good day. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we had just water and imagine mayo sandwiches. I come from the duff, so I ain't gonna attack the mayo people. I'm gonna just say, as we learn better, we do better.
Yo, listen, when I get my sub, my turkey sub with the mayo, oil and vinegar, mustard.
So you got to ask yourself, what is it that you really like? See, you learn what you're addicted to. You'll learn your chemical addictions by breaking down the things that you like to have, and then the ingredients that change the feel of it. For instance, people that smoke weed. Let's go back to the weed. Let's because people get angry when we talk about weed. Like if you don't talk about like, oh, well, the cannabinoids helps you to reduce inflammation. Like if you're not having that conversation, they get upset with you. So let's go back to the weed, right?
All right, let's go back to the weed.
It was a guy from my neighborhood. He used to be a part of a big well-known weed spot, and he came to my neighborhood, and he was like trying to introduce everybody to Fanta Leaf. And I was like the lone ranger in the neighborhood, like, yo, I'm telling you, we're gonna fight. Don't mix that in my don't we ain't that
What's
ain't
that
it.
fronto?
Nah, that's no good. You might as well smoke Newports. Like that ain't you might as well just do Newports. That's the devil's leaf right there.
Tobacco.
Literally, Native Americans, yeah, they call it the devil's leaf because it kills everything. It even kills, like, tobacco is such a lethal plant that it kills other plants that's in the same vicinity as it. Like, nothing can even grow around tobacco plants. Tobacco plants will kill the other plants. Like, tobacco is like, people, they go back to this exchange between Native Americans and Europeans, and they have no idea what passive aggressive behavior, like, the natives was like, oh no, we're gonna keep this marijuana one, and then we're gonna give you this other one. Here, this is an amazing one. Here, try this one. You smoke this. No, 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 no. It's good. Peace. Eat whatever you want. Eat whatever you want. No, no, we're sharing. We're sharing. Here, try this one. Yeah. Shh. How about this one? Yeah, you have this one. Gave them tobacco. Like, yeah. They was like, oh, y'all gave us smallpox. Okay, well, we giving you tobacco. Here you go. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, that's tobacco is not your friend. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people that smoke weed and talk down on cigarette smokers, you know what I'm saying? Like they talk down on cigarette smokers. They talk down on black and mild smokers. They don't realize they're just as bad, right? Because people that roll their weed in blunts, they don't realize that they're also addicted to like cigarettes. They're also addicted to cigarettes, even if they've never smoked a cigarette before. And they can test the theory out, right? Or you could test the theory out. If you're somebody listening and you smoke, right? The next time you're around somebody that goes and get a nice bag, not just da-dun, like a nice bag, something they proud of. Because weed smokers, you could tell when they got like the regular usual, then when they got something special, they might call you on the phone and let you know, like, yo, I got that strain. I got your bro. I got that new cookie. I just got that gorilla. Like, yo, you gotta come through this gorilla crate. Now, when you come through, right? Pull out some bamboo paper. Pull out some good old fashioned white joint paper and tell them you getting ready to roll up their most expensive favorite trees inside that bamboo paper and see what their response is. They might slap you. They might slap you it might get crazy. And then if you calmly, rationally talk to them, be like, well, why can't we just use this? It's the same thing, right? We're gonna smoke the weed. It's the same thing, right? They're going to look right at you and be like, bro, now you know I can't get high rolling up no. And so you have to ask yourself, why is it that you cannot get high if you're smoking the exact same weed inside a bamboo paper versus smoking it inside of a blunt? The reason is because part of your high is based on you getting the tobacco products in your blunt of choice. And if you don't get your tobacco products, you feel incomplete. You do not feel good. So you cannot, quote unquote, waste your weed inside a bamboo. Oh, I ain't rolling, I ain't wasting this weed in that. Yo, you bugging, bro. Hold on, yo. I'm gonna just get dressed and go to the store. It might be 20 below zero. I'm about to throw on my coat, bro. I'm going to the store. I ain't even playing. I ain't got no time to play with you, bro. I gotta go to work in the morning, bro. I'm about to go to the store, bro. Matter of fact, yo, we can't get one of them joints delivered, bro. We can't get like the Uber Eats from the stop at the grocery store. Like, yeah, you got multiple addictions that's rolled into one that you don't even know. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so you go get that sub, and you're like, yeah, I gotta get the mayo with the whoop, with the whoop, with the whoop. That's all
I got an
vegan
addiction.
cuisine. Yeah, that's what vegan cuisine exploited. Transitional vegan cuisine exploited the fact that people don't know what they're addicted to. So they started to recreate things with the same things that you were addicted to. So they started to make fried chicken out of mushrooms and broccoli, out of cauliflower. And people start eating fried cauliflower like, yo, this is crazy. When you put the hot sauce on this, yo, this is crazy. Yeah, because you never liked chicken in the first place. You don't even know what chicken tastes like. Black folks don't know what chicken tastes like. What you're addicted to is hot grease and seasoning. Yeah, so if anybody mixes flour into hot grease, it doesn't matter what they put it on. You're just looking for some texture to help you chew up the hot grease and the flour and the seasoning. Yeah. So anything that you deep fry, oh yeah, you don't know what they selling you, right? So you look at the person in your neighborhood selling crack or heroin, probably worse than you look at the person selling fried fish or French fries or fried chicken. Even though the person selling the fried fish, the French fries, and the fried chicken is probably doing much more damage to the neighborhood than the guy selling drugs right there. Because the guy selling drugs right there, typically drug dealers don't create new drug addicts. They only service the existing ones. Yeah. People that don't smoke crack, they don't purchase crack. People that don't do heroin don't purchase heroin. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's family issues. That's other things. Like drug dealers don't usually create addicts. They just service them. But that Chinese restaurant, that chicken spot, and now notice, the chicken spot is known for like the Arabs. The Chinese, they're selling you a food they not eating. The food they eating back there, not the same as what they selling through the window. Right? It's just stuff you notice, you pick up. Goes back to the same thing like I was saying with the Starbursts. They come here to America. What they selling to Americans is not what they selling to their babies where they come from. You know what I'm saying?
He,
That's
he,
illegal.
he
They're
just
not put
reminded
no yellow number 5, yellow number 6. That's illegal. Yeah.
you just reminded me. I gotta get some Popeyes, man. It's been a few months since I had Popeyes. I need to replenish my oil levels.
Listen, who was that? KFC when they made it illegal for them to actually say that was chicken?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
didn't slow folks down at all. We didn't even miss a beat. We was like, oh, it's no longer chicken. We got uptight for like 2 weeks. And it went right back to KFC. Like, it's still what we've been had. Yeah, this is what we've been had in this anyway. So yeah, and your mama had it. So I mean, yeah, we straight, we straight.
Well, I think what they was is they were modifying the chicken so it didn't born with beak or feathers. I think it was, and then they were being fed through pumps
Addiction is amazing.
and no feet. It had no
Listen,
feet either.
listen. Addiction is amazing. You know why? Because addiction will allow you to justify anything,
It's
right?
just a chicken
So,
without
so
feathers.
look. We eat wild animals, right? And they tell you don't worry about it because you can't catch nothing from the animals, right? And then you go, okay, well, the animals, don't they have DNA and RNA? Like, nah, you good. Don't worry about that. Then you get avian bird flu sweeping through everywhere. And you go, wait a minute. Is this from birds? Like, like birds? Like chicken? Like birds? Like, can we get, I thought we couldn't get, I thought viruses from animals typically stay within their group of, then you got to have other questions. Then you start prying and you go, well, they do use a lot of vaccines on the farm. And you're like, wait a minute, why are they giving the vaccines to the animals? I thought we couldn't get diseases from the animal. Well, there's certain animal, viruses that can jump species. Or, you start asking questions. Listen, you just want to be ignorant and just enjoy your stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, we can pry, but we got vitamin D to discuss.
We're gonna talk about vitamin D, but we're gonna have them pork ribs at Hotep Con.
Because see, the vitamin D conversation has a lot to do with the latest, and I got banned quite a few times. Like videos got deleted, channels got deleted. Like when I start talking about the fact that angiotensin regulates the MITF gene.
You speaking Greek. I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Right. But listen, there's a group of people that that's not Greek to. To John Q. Public, that might have sounded like the Charlie Brown teacher. Boom, bam, boom, bam, bam, boom, bam, bam. But at the heart of the pandemic, that was the most dangerous sentence to utter on the internet.
Say it again.
Angiotensin regulates the MITF gene.
All right, translate that.
Okay. So reports had come out on the death toll.
Your death toll from the virus or from the jab?
During the pandemic, we're not going to step into no debate traps. You say, oh, well, the virus, wait, what? But are those deaths from the virus? So we're just going to say during the pandemic,
Okay.
death toll stats had come out, and we noticed that Black folks were proportionately high on these lists. Then you notice that the risk factors were kind of the same as, like the Black person starter kit, like high blood pressure, metabolic disease, diabetes, any of those puts you on the high risk factor. So it's like, oh, that's the Black person starter kit. Like that's okay. So what are you saying? Like, is the pandemic out for? So there's that conversation, right? Then you get people just jumping off the top rope saying things. Tyler Perry jumps out there and says, well, no, you got to get the vitamin D because this is about melanin. I'm like, whoa. Did Tyler Perry? Where did he? That was dangerous right there. Like he didn't add any context or information. He just said something crazy. I'm like, okay, well, just let's.
Now, if Tyler Perry is offering you the vitamin D, you
Hold
might
on.
wanna.
Hold on. There's another layer. There's some layers that people didn't unpack, and that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
it's gonna be some layers that's gonna get unpacked. If I go
did a
with
bunch
Tyler
of
Perry.
videos on it, and I said all the things that weren't supposed to be said, and it was okay. It was fine. It was fine. Nobody touched those videos. I said what I just told you. Angiotensin regulates the MITF gene, and I kept getting videos taken down to the point where I was like battling back and forth with YouTube. Like, what am I saying in this video? I'm like, here's 1,000 other videos saying this, and I have other videos saying this and that. Like, what am I saying in this video? That's a problem. Took me a while before I figured out. That's the thing that they didn't want to be circulating, right? So angiotensin regulates the MITF gene. Okay.
What's the
So
MITF gene?
okay, hold on.
That's the
So let's
motherfucker
start with
gene.
angiotensin. Let's start with angiotensin first.
Okay.
So the whole concept surrounding the virus was that the virus is able to get into cells through the ACE2 protein. Do you remember that part of the conversation? The ACE2 receptor?
Yeah.
Okay. The ACE2 receptor is only available for something to use it to get into the cell if it doesn't have angiotensin locked onto it, which is how it's supposed to go. The receptor is supposed to have the angiotensin. So if your angiotensin levels is low, then you have a lot of exposed ACE2 receptors, and so
Shit can get in.
it can get crazy for you, right? So here's where vitamin D comes into the conversation. Vitamin D boosts the angiotensin levels through the renin system. So the renin system is kidney, high blood pressure, blah, blah, blah. But simplify it. Vitamin D comes in, boosts the angiotensin, reduces the amount of available ACE2 proteins for problems. Got that part so far?
So basically, the vitamin D is paying the bouncers at the door. Like, look, we need you to stay at the door. Make sure
Right.
nobody get in the club.
Make sure nobody get in the club. No, make sure nobody sneak nothing in here neither. That's a certified fact.
Got
Now,
you.
the twist is when you find out that the angiotensin regulates the MITF gene. The MITF gene is what regulates your melanin production.
Wait. All right. So the vitamin D.
So introducing
Is
mRNA, let's take a step further. Introducing mRNA that does this also does that and has a primary effect on the other. Yeah, that part.
so you're saying the mRNA is fucking up the melanin?
You just said that. I've been spanked quite a few times.
All right. Let me see. So vitamin D.
What I'm
Okay.
going to say is this. Let's just do this. Because you haven't been pressing buttons that much this whole conversation. You've been on a button pressing diet. I've been paying attention. I'm like, he is fasting today. I can see that he's like restraining himself from pressing buttons today. He didn't came in and start waving books around it. He's not pressing buttons. This is a very interesting combination.
I've been
More book
pressing buttons.
waving,
I
less
just got a
button
little.
pressing. I'm
I
just
just got
like,
a little bit. I just got a little bit more slick with it. You just haven't noticed.
you might turn down that. Okay, so let's do some button pressing, right? Let's just go into the Google search and type in vitamin D versus angiotensin. Let's get my favorite demons active. Let's get my Google demons active. Yeah, he didn't turn that sound off because I cannot hear that sound. That is very disrespectful, sir. I've grown accustomed to that sound effect. That is a part of our dynamic. Okay, that's like Karl Malone. He knows when Stockton give him a certain look. Okay, it's time for you to go right and put the pass right. Like that's throwing off our whole Kobe and Shaq, Scotty and Mike. You come on, I got to hear them buttons pressed. So what does the Google demon say about vitamin D and angiotensin?
It says vitamin D and the renin and angiotensin system, or ROS, have an inverse relationship, with vitamin D acting as a negative regulator of ROS. This means that lower levels of vitamin D are often associated with increased activity of the ROS, which can contribute to conditions like hypertension.
So let's do a better one so we can get some specificity out of the Google demons. Matter of fact, pull up the AI. Pull up one of them AIs you be using.
I got the AI.
Okay, ask the AI, does vitamin D boost angiotensin? See if we can get a yay or nay. Just make it plain. Come on, Google demons. Give us some plain talk here.
No, vitamin D does not boost angiotensin. In fact, vitamin D is thought to have the opposite effect, acting as a negative regulator of the renin angiotensin aldosterone system, ROS with two A's, which includes angiotensin 2.
Okay, perfect. Now, type in angiotensin MITF or angiotensin versus MITF.
All right, here we go. It's doing some searching. Angiotensin and microphthalmia associated transcription factor are both involved in different aspects of human health and disease, but they interact in specific ways. Angiotensin 2 and...
Okay, these Google demons are not giving you straight answers. We need to get you. We need a more. Get off of AI and just go to Google. That we need simpler answers.
I don't think you know how to work the AI.
I don't. I'm learning though. I'm learning.
What are you trying to? What conclusion are you
I just want you to be able to see for playing like angiotensin regulates MITF.
Angiotensin regulates
MITF.
MITF. Let's see what it says. Yes, angiotensin regulates MITF. Specifically, studies have shown that Ang2 upregulates the expression of MITF in
There we go.
melanocytes.
There we go. There we go. There we go. We had to wrestle a little bit with the Google demons, but you see they done came around. Yeah.
So let's come back to our original question where it said no. We said vitamin D boosts angiotensin. So how do we trick the AI into giving us that? So I guess we would have to say
No. You just gotta get. So first of all, there's angiotensin, and my question might not be good because there's angiotensin and angiotensin 2.
right. It's angiotensin. Yeah, they say Ang2.
Yeah, there's angin and Ang2. And the renin system is like a lever balance between the two of them, and vitamin D acts as the switch, right? So you up one, you down the other, right? And the ACE2 receptor is the target for the virus. The ACE2 receptor is the target for the virus, right? But the problem with me saying that angiotensin regulates MITF is that when you have the mRNA floating around to produce spike proteins.
Wait, say that last part again.
If you have something in your body that's producing spike proteins, right, that is acting on the angiotensin system, it is acting directly on the melanin system. So that was just a very, very unpopular piece of conversation that they did not want floating around because it sounded too much like targeting Black people. Especially when you couple that with the known risk factors: diabetes, metabolic illness, high blood pressure.
They running mad cover in the Google demons. They running mad cover. They said while spike protein doesn't directly target melanin production, there are some connections to consider.
Yeah, I told you, Google demons, you got to wrestle down tonight. They
In summary, while there is no direct evidence that producing spike protein in your body after vaccination directly acts on the melanin system in a harmful way, there are indirect links and potential interactions to consider. The spike proteins binding to ACE2, the interaction of melanin precursors with the spike protein, and the potential antiviral role of melanin suggest a complex interplay between the spike protein and the melanin system. Further research is needed to fully understand these interactions.
Yeah, further research is needed. It starts right where I'm telling you it starts at. It starts right at angiotensin, MITF. All you got to do is look up MITF all by itself, and you'll be like, wait a minute. So MITF is what decides how much melanin I'm producing. Okay, stop right there. So we get right there. MITF, what does MITF do? Okay, MITF determines melanin production. Okay, cool. We got that. Okay, next.
Particularly melanocytes.
Boom. Right? So now you're talking about the melanin that's inside your heart. See, there are nuanced parts of the conversation. It's not just your skin. Because see, okay, so one of the main risks was the the heart problems, right? So when you add in this melanin conversation with the fact that there are a relatively new population of melanocytes called cardiac melanocytes, which are melanocytes that regulate your heart function. That's their only job. They live and die in your heart and they regulate your heart function. Yeah. So it just gets to be a very slippery slope that, during election time and global panic, this wasn't the wave that they wanted floating around. If somebody throws it out there half cocked, like, no, they're attacking melanin, that's not going to really. But if somebody goes, wait a minute, hold on now, let's walk it down. Let's walk it down. You said this does what? ACE2 receptor? So And what we got going on with the ACE2 receptor? Is the ACE2 receptor anyway related to melanin? Nope, 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 it's not. Okay, but wait a minute. How does melanin go? Well, you got this thing called MITF that's going to determine the melanocyte activity. Well, is that in any way activated with this spike virus? No, it's not real. Well, there's you know, so angiotensin does totally regulate the MITF activity. Wait, whoa, what? What? Yeah, so angiotensin regulates the MITF activity. MITF activity regulates melanin activity. Melanin activity is at the center of your immune system. What? See, it's not see, there's a lot of nuanced parts of the conversation that make it more of a bigger story. So if you don't know that melanocytes are immune cells, then it's not that big of a conversation. But when you know that melanocytes are at the center of Langerhans cells, B cells, T cells, and regulating immune. So this is why I was saying earlier, right? And it just didn't trigger a deeper conversation. But when Rhonda said, when you put the vitamin D clip, and she was like, well, as you get older, your body's producing less, vitamin D, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, it's more of a bigger conversation. And because it's only a short clip from her video, I got to assume that, just, she left a lot of stuff on the table, probably talked about some other stuff in the video, right? I got to give her some props and respect because I know she get busy, right? Whereas the other guy with the water clip, I'm like, he one of them. But this is a part of that other conversation that's not on the table, right? So melanocytes specifically, because you have melanocytes, melanosomes, and then the pigment, which is melanin. But the melanocyte cell, and earlier I mentioned melanocytes help get rid of hydrogen peroxide. Melanocytes are at the center of your immune system. The center of your immune system. It's almost as if all immune cells report to melanin, or melanocytes rather, excuse me, right? So they're a part of the HLA system. They're a part of the white blood cell system. You even have white blood cells that pick up melanin granules to then go and, melanocytes are regulating your immune system.
So when white blood cells want to go run down on some niggas, they go pick up the melanin homies.
Absolutely, they go get the hammers. Yeah. There are situations where they go get the hammers. That's if they go get the Dracos. Yeah. So I'm just saying, there's a more intricate conversation that you can have if there's a situation where people are having problems with immune function, and you have a situation where a large part of your immune system could be getting systematically downregulated or turned off. That could be a question, and you could go, hey, I don't know, don't I need these cells right here to like fight off bad guys? I mean, is this stuff turning off? Like, there's a crime wave in my neighborhood. Are we laying off police right now? Is that what we're doing? Are we defunding police right now? Like what are we? Is that what we're doing? Because that might be an interesting part of this conversation. Like, should we be up-regulating? Like, when we look at the global statistics, is there any global statistics that shows that people with more sunlight? Is there, is there a significant, oh no, don't look at that. Just go to page 7. Like, just skip those. Just go to page 7. So yeah, it is. Yeah.
All
And
right,
when you read, listen, and when you read that vitamin D has an inverse relationship, right? That's still regulating. That's still regulating. If there's an inverse relationship in biochemistry, right? That means the more of one thing you get, the less of the other thing you get. Right? And vice versa, usually. This is the reason why you got to like manage your copper and zinc levels. Because if you go get a whole bunch of zinc supplements, you run the risk of becoming copper deficient. Because zinc is going to flush out the copper. Because zinc and copper have that good cop, bad cop thing going on. Like a lot of our biochemistry. You know what I'm saying? So vitamin D will regulate the renin angiotensin system, up regulating, down regulating. Then the angiotensin system will regulate the MITF system, up regulating, down regulating. And the MITF system sits on top of melanocyte activity. And so as you move the MITF activity up and down, you're moving the ability for, a large part of your immune system to function. But we haven't really been taught about melanocytes functioning as immune cells at all. Like, it's a big mystery. Like, they used it to kind of make melanocytes look bad. Like, oh, well, melanocytes are often found at the site of cancer. Yeah, because you like, when it's beef that you can't handle, you go get your biggest brother, or you go get your biggest cousin, or you go get the homie, like, you go get, like, oh, that's what you do. All right, nah, I'll be back. I'm good. Wait till I come back on. Like, wait till I come back on you. Now I know exactly who to go get. And that's the role melanocytes play. Melanocytes are the big bad guys. Like, those are the nastiest. Yeah. Most immune cells, they can only do one thing really well. Melanocytes do everything really well in terms of immune activity.
So let's come back to vitamin D, right? So vitamin
Okay.
D is, according to the Google demons, a negative regulator. So it suppresses the activity of the ROS, right? The resin angiotensin studio, whatever system. There you go. Right? So vitamin D go up, angiotensin go down. Right? I'm trying to understand this in the context of the pandemic, because if the angiotensin is occupying the ACE2 receptors, then we don't want the vitamin D.
No, that's crazy. No, 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 no. No, no, no. You have to have the vitamin D. You have to have the vitamin D. So vitamin D and melanin. So your body is a system of binary systems. Your body is a system of binary systems. A system of binary systems. So you have to have the vitamin D. Yeah, that's like the example I just gave you with the copper and the zinc. You go, oh yeah, well, if zinc is flushing out the copper, then we won't want to have zinc. Like, oh, no, sir. You have to have the zinc. You just have to have the correct balance. So here's where the problem came in. The problem came in with everybody stay in the house. Wait, what? Stay in the house. What does that do? Oh, I'm locked out of the sunlight. So just like I don't get any UVB, which creates the vitamin D, I'm also not getting the UVA, which stimulates the most fastest melanin production, right? Because every part of the electromagnetic spectrum has a biochemical reaction. Every part, right? Except for like UVC. UVC's reaction is to kill. UVC kills, right? But UVB, UVA, visible light, like the blue, the green, the red, the yellow, all the way down to infrared, right? Infrared is the melatonin, like, it's all of them, right? So yeah, you need that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need that. And then vitamin D. So one of the technical names for vitamin D is cholecalciferol. Cholecalciferol tells you what vitamin D does, right? Cholesterol, calcium, and iron, right? Now, we hear about vitamin D regulating calcium, but we don't really hear about vitamin D regulating cholesterol. We don't almost never hear about vitamin D regulating iron, right? So we have to have the vitamin D. Like, that's not, you have to have the vitamin D. Yeah. So the idea is, I think you might have missed it. If there's a thing that you take and it starts to produce lots of little spiky proteins, you see what I'm saying?
No,
Okay, because you want me to say it, then you do see what I'm saying.
I'm 75% there. I'm not 100% there. I got to be honest with you. I'm not 100% there.
Okay, step outside of nature.
No, we got to let me tell you where I'm at, and then you fill in the blanks.
Got you.
We got the ACE2 receptors. Okay?
Yep.
Angiotensins occupying the ACE2 receptors.
Yes.
Okay?
Angiotensin and angiotensin 2.
Right. Now, vitamin D is a negative regulator of these things.
Yep.
So if you increase the level of vitamin D, you decrease the level of ROS,
Okay.
angiotensin,
Yep.
which means that the ACE2 receptors should now be exposed because we've decreased the numbers.
Okay. So, all right. So you're on a part of this. So I'm on the melanin part. You're on the pandemic part.
Yes.
That's where the disconnect is.
Yes.
So I'm talking about melanin. So what I'm saying is, if you constantly have a synthetic version of spike proteins being produced, we're not talking about the natural vitamin D, renin angiotensin system relationship. We're talking about a unnaturally amount of high spiky mRNA to turn on a code so that your body continuously produces spike proteins. You see what I'm saying?
Say it one more time.
So the mRNA for the shot. Are we there? The mRNA for the shot? The mRNA for the shot teaches your cells how to produce spiky protein. Okay. That potential conversation was the problem.
Because you're reprogramming the actions of the cell.
To downregulate the melanin system.
If you downregulate the melanin system, that means you don't have the melanocytes to do all the other functions of immune function.
That is correct.
Which means you could get sicker from other things.
From everything. So people were saying there's a possibility that there can be lots of things that can happen to people even after the pandemic. And they were like, no, there's no way. Don't worry about that. That's not like, come on, that's not a thing. And then what happened? There's now a new thing called long COVID.
What's long COVID? That's basically saying
You should type, let's see what Google demons, let's go to the Google demons. Let's go to the Google demons. Long COVID's a very interesting conversation.
long COVID, also known as post-COVID conditions, or long-haul COVID, is a complex condition that can occur after a person has been infected with the virus that has caused COVID-19. It means that some people continue to experience health problems and symptoms for weeks, months, and even years after the initial COVID-19 illness, even if they had a mild case or symptoms initially. Wow. Basically saying
weeks, months, or even years.
Right.
Right.
Basically, you living with a deformed immune system.
Yeah. Yeah. There's that. So there's some interesting conversations there. Some interesting conversation, some parts of the conversation that can't be dismissed because there are spaces where you go down the road and they say, oh, there's further research that needs to be done here. Like, there's some interesting, interplay between and you go, what's long COVID again? How does that, what is that? Because that sounds like the thing that they were saying could possibly long-term effects to the immune system. What is that again? Is that what they were saying, or that's not what they were saying? No, this is not that. This is not that. This is another thing. This is another thing. This is long COVID. Yeah. This is a totally different thing.
All
It's
right, let me
just
let me.
it just mirrors the thing that they were saying could possibly happen. It just so coincidentally mirrors that, but it's not that. That's all.
Let me understand this spike protein. It says, imagine a virus like the one that causes COVID-19. It's like a spike. It's like a tiny, tiny ball covered in little spiky hairs. These spiky hairs are called spike proteins. Here's what they do in simple terms. Key to the door. Think of each spike protein as a special key.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop right there for a second.
Okay?
It says key to the door, right?
Yeah.
We know what the door is, right?
ACE2.
Boom. Go ahead.
Okay. These keys stick out from the virus's surface and look for a specific lock on the surface of our cells.
Stop right there. So the angiotensin receptor is designed only to accept what? Angiotensin, correct?
You said the ACE2 is only, angiotensin, right?
Okay. So in order for something else to be able to work on the same receptor,
It's gotta have the same. It's gotta have the same makeup as angiotensin.
Okay, there you go. So keep reading.
You
And
gotta,
so wait. And so angiotensin regulates the MITF.
correct. And the
Okay,
MITF.
now, hold. Let's stop again. Let's stop, rewind, and then walk forward again. So, the angiotensin receptor is designed to work with what? Angiotensin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in order for something else to work on the angiotensin receptor, it has to.
Be angiotensin-like.
Okay. And so angiotensin works on the MITF.
And the MITF works on melanocyte.
Yeah, correct. But so in order to work on the angiotensin receptor 2, a thing has to be angiotensin-like.
Yes.
So good that it can mimic angiotensin and work on the same receptors.
Yeah, you gotta have the same key.
Okay. So angiotensin, that same key,
Yeah.
it works in that lock, and it also works the MITF lock.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. It's that part. That part. Potentially, allegedly. You know, that. You might want to edit this video.
Hey, yo.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. There's that. Yeah. There's that.
Hold on, I need a second. I gotta hold on a second. Everything had just clicked for me right there. So I need a second to like.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, so now, let me understand what the spike protein is to make it really stick.
Right. Now you keep reading. Yeah.
Okay, so in the case of SARS-CoV-2, the COVID-19 virus, there's like a lock is called the ACE2 receptor, right? Now, ACE2 receptor, that's what's it called? Angie Martinez. What's it called again?
Angiotensin converting enzyme 2.
There we go. Getting inside, once the spike protein key finds and binds to the ACE2 lock, it helps the virus get inside the cell. What the fuck? It essentially opens the door for the virus's genetic material to enter the cell and start making more viruses. Target for defense. Because the spike protein is the part of the virus. Okay, because of the spike protein is the part of the virus that lets it get into our cells, it's also the key target for our immune system. When our immune system encounters spike protein, either a natural infection or vaccine, it learns to recognize it and produce antibodies to fight it off. These antibodies act like shields, blocking the spike protein, blah, blah, blah. So basically we have spike proteins from COVID-19 and we got spike proteins from the mRNA vaccine.
Yeah.
And both of them are operating with the Angie Martinez.
They're pretty much.
So they could end.
Not could. Go ahead. You just walking it down. Go ahead. Just walk it down. Potentially, allegedly. Go ahead. Potentially, allegedly.
So the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine potentially allegedly gives you direct access. Okay, so wait. So the ACE2 is the lock to what? What cell are we talking about here?
A whole bunch of them. Forget about it. Heart, liver, kidneys, all over the place. Yeah.
So do they know how to pick the cell that has got the pick in the lock too?
So they get them all. It's Pokemon. Got to get them all. Yeah. Google thing. Hit the Google. Listen, hit the Google. See if I'm playing. Just hit the Google demon. They're gonna tell you the truth.
Say what?
Ask the Google demons. Where is ACE2 receptors found at? Like, what types of cells have ACE2 receptors?
What type of cells have ACE2 receptors? A wide variety of human cells throughout the body. Their widespread presence explains why SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID, can affect multiple organ systems. Lung, intestinal, endothelial cells.
Keep going.
That's blood vessels throughout the body. Kidney cells, heart cells, brain cells, gallbladder, male reproductive cells. Yo, Nikki said it's gonna get your balls. Placental, ductal, eye cells. Oh my God.
Hit the crowd favorite. Go ahead and hit the pancreas. Actually, just check on the pancreas. They might have missed the pancreas. Go ahead and check on them beta cells. You know, black folks are our beta cells now. Come on now.
Okay, let's see. What about the pancreas? Yes, the pancreas also contains ACE2 receptors and can be affected by SARS-CoV-2.
That's why long COVID presents as diabetes. So there are people that may not even know they have COVID because they may be looking at diabetes. Just type in long COVID and diabetes. How about that?
In summary, ACE2 receptors are present in the pancreas, and there's evidence suggesting that SARS-CoV-2 can affect pancreatic cells, potentially leading to pancreatic injury, pancreatitis, and implications for glucose metabolism and diabetes.
Boom. There we go. We didn't even have to do a new search. It was already right there. Yeah. So there are a lot of people that have new cases of diabetes that don't know where it came from. These are people that are healthy muscles, they working out, they eating, they don't know what happened. And they hitting up Inky. Like, Inky, I don't know, I've been doing everything right. But I did do this, but I've been doing everything, I'm straight. I've been on the. Okay, well, you might have, it's a fight, you might, you might be doing good 3-4 rounds, and then, in that 6th round, you zip when you should have zapped, and
Hold on a second. Oh my God. This is crazy. So now they jibby jab you. Hold on, let's see. All right, so.
Nah, that's too much. We gotta stop. Vitamin D, bro.
Fill this up with some of the spring water.
Listen, we gotta stop. Vitamin D, man.
No, hold on. Wait a second.
Vitamin D, man.
Spike protein.
Vitamin D, bro. We gotta stop,
and
man.
mRNA vaccine.
It's a deep rabbit hole, man. Let's let it
and
go.
ACE2.
Listen, people have enough information that they can continue to do this on their own. We can go back to vitamin D in sunshine.
Yes, the spike protein produced by mRNA vaccines does interact with ACE2 receptors. Okay, so now I'm gonna ask it, how does the vaccine select
It does not.
which cells to target? While not having the ability, hold on, yo, come on, yo. Come on, yo.
I'm
Hey,
saying,
yo.
so, but the vitamin D, what she was
Hey,
saying with
yo.
the vitamin D was good.
Hey, yo, what the fuck is going on, yo? What the fuck?
This is blue magic
Chad.
right here. This is blue magic right here, Vitamin D is good.
Chad, while not having the ability to selectively target individual cells with pinpoint accuracy like a laser, are designed to encourage uptake by certain. Yo, this is crazy, yo. They just throwing shit in your body. They don't know what it's going to unlock. Them spike proteins.
Potentially allegedly.
It's
And so,
Lauren, they
there
just
have been
shooting
some
up the
recent
club.
Senate hearings, sir. Hello. There have been some recent Senate hearings where they've been digging deeper into these questions.
Lauren, they just shooting up the club, yo. Niggas is coming through like a drive-by, just shooting up the whole body with spike proteins. Like, fuck it, wherever that shit land, it land.
If he dies, he dies. Ivan Drago. If he dies, he dies. There's some conversations that need to be had. Yeah, I was trying to soft step it. That's why you was trying to. It was looking a little like you was trying to pull teeth a little bit because I wasn't really trying to. I was trying to and I did a lot of warnings and said, a lot of videos that, a lot of warnings before you just went crazy and then couldn't stop. And then the Google demons, you and the Google demons went crazy.
All right, let's come back to vitamin D. All right, let's come back to vitamin D. This is crazy. This is something else.
Okay, so let's do this.
Keep in mind, I got somebody in my mentions right now telling me that me and you are dumbasses and clinically retarded because we need blue methylene to increase brain function. I just want to let you know that's
Methylene blue, you mean?
methylene blue. Yeah.
We need it.
It says you probably
Wait. Because we need it.
and you probably need blue methylene.
Hold on. because we need methylene blue.
That's what it says, to increase your brain function.
I just want to highlight that we need methylene blue. That is crazy. We need an invented substance.
He says Alex Jones has talked to expert scientists with decades of experience who have
Stop right there. He said Alex Jones said.
He said Alex Jones talked to expert scientists with decades of experience who have extensively explained the exact process behind blue methylene and its interaction with our cells' mitochondria. Overdosing it will increase your heart rate.
Now here's the thing. What are the odds? What are the odds? Because see, this is kind of why, we have to be out here on these streets yelling and hollering to people about melanin. Because there are some people that don't understand why we need to constantly be like, hey, melanin lives matter. Melanin lives matter. What are the odds that the worldwide press for this thing was pushed on everybody, and then come to find out nobody mentioned the implications of how it downregulated the melanin system, right? And then what are the odds that methylene blue also has the same effect on the melanin system, right? And what are the odds that both of these things both lead to diabetes? Like, how the hell is all those coincidences? Now, we done looked at this. Remember, I told you based on the chemical composition, what it do. And then you went and looked up, you and Google demons went crazy and found the paper that goes, oh yeah, back in the 1950s, they demonstrated that the methylene blue does lead to diabetes and blah, blah, blah. What are the odds that these chemicals somehow keep down-regulating the melanin system and then leading to diabetes? Like how many times does that need to happen before somebody just puts their hand up in the back of the class and goes, hey, I got a question. So are you saying that we could reduce the diabetes rate if we stop down-regulating the melanin system? Can we fight diabetes by promoting melanin? Is there Someone, can someone just answer that question? Because it seems like the stuff that reduces the melanin activity also increases my diabetes chances. So, and then there's this other group of statistics that says the people with more melanin seems to have more diabetes. So the more melanin you have, the higher your diabetes risk are, even though there's no diabetes genes. There's just the association with Black folks. So you go, well, the thing that makes Black folks as opposed to other folks is the melanin. So melanin, diabetes. Okay, well, let's check out some stuff. Now we start checking stuff out. It seems like whatever chemicals can go into you that down-regulates the melanin system seems to also boost your chances of having diabetes. It's an incredible, but correlation is not causation, right? So, there's that.
But he said to me, if you read this study and don't find it to be absolutely bogus when taking every other study into account.
Right. Forget those studies. He said
ignore this 1950 study.
He said need. No, listen. He said the word need. That's everything right there. We can forget about the fact that his point of reference is Alex Jones. We can just go to need, right? And so when you go to need, ask him, what are the methylene blue receptor types?
Okay. What are the methylene
blue receptor types? Because if the answer is there are no methylene blue
receptor types,
then that means that your body does not need methylene blue.
So he says here, overdosing it will increase your heart rate to dangerous level. People are known to overdose shit if you feel you did too much, but I promise you,
just ask it. Is he watching this video right now?
I don't know. He's in my comments about an hour, well, 43 minutes
Oh,
ago
he's in
now.
the chat on social media.
He's
Gotcha.
on, yeah, he's on X. He's on X.
Yeah.
He says,
So there are no, the same way there are no receptors technically for the spiky protein. They just kind of hijack receptors for something else that already exists.
yeah.
That's kind of like what chemicals, we design chemicals to act on enzymes or receptor sites, but we're designing it for that. It's not like how your body has vitamin D receptors. So you need vitamin D because your body has vitamin D receptors. That's the natural way you can tell if your body needs a thing because it has receptors for it. If your body doesn't have receptors, we can just take that need right out of there. And you could then say your body works better if you also have, like you could suggest that your body could be more efficient with. But if you use the word need, you're implying something that's not a real thing, right? We need air. We need water, right? We don't need methylene blue. Like that is crazy.
He said it can reduce stress, depression, and increase ATP production
Hold
to give you energy to work out
wait. Stop right
and
there.
boost your mood,
Oh,
which
stop
leads
right
to more
there.
consistent, steady heart rhythm.
Sir, I need you to stop for a second and breathe. I need you to relax for a second. Because I want you to compare his answer to crack. I want you to compare his answer to crack. Just hold on. Just work with me for a second now. Let's slowly walk through his answer again. Let's compare it to crack and heroin. Now, what did he say that it can do for you? What did he say?
Reduce stress,
Boom.
depression.
Okay. Oh. We're going to compare this to crack and heroin now. When using, not when not using, while on it, it will decrease your stress,
Depression,
depression.
increase ATP production.
Now stop right there. Crackheads and heroin addicts are very happy when high,
That's true.
and they have a lot of energy. Now, I don't know what neighborhood everybody is from. People from all around the world watch these YouTube videos. If you are from a place where crack has been used before, you will have seen people do superhuman things. Crackheads are the most energetic people you will ever see. Cocaine addicts, most energetic people you will ever see. Now, heroin slows down your respiratory system, so it's a little different. Those people are literally sleep on their feet. With crack,
Yeah, I got to do that at my gym. Who does coke and comes to the gym? He's just always wired and he just talks to you for no
always
reason.
why. So
Yeah.
cocaine, so far his description matches cocaine and crack. So that we can take out heroin because he said the high energy. So, but definitely heroin does boost your mood and lowers depression while on it. But go ahead.
Give you energy to work out, boost.
Boom. So far we're right in line with coke and crack. Go ahead.
Also boost your mood, which leads to more
We
consistent,
covered that. Yep.
steady heart rhythm, which is important to prevent things like diabetes or hypertension. People who undergo stress or depression experience very sudden shifts in heart rhythms with inconsistent. He's just pulling it straight from fucking Grok. He's not even typing. This is straight from Grok. He's actually all your body systems rely on each other and are detrimental.
What is Grok?
AI.
A different type. It's not Google.
It's the one that comes with Twitter.
Okay, so Twitter has an AI.
Yeah, Grok.
Okay, that's interesting.
So,
I want to see when the AIs get beef. That's going to be interesting.
you can make them beef. They get jealous of each other. If you,
That's crazy.
yeah, you could do it. He said essentially all our body systems rely on each other, and he's kind of contradicting himself. It likely teeters off. There's no methylene blue when used correctly is beneficial for countless interfunctions of your entire body, and essentially
Stop right there. Stop right there. Methylene blue when used correctly. Can you look up the medicinal history of cocaine? Because I'm right now just trying to highlight commercial marketing, and this is one of the things that RFK is working to make illegal. That big pharma can, in America, pharmaceutical companies can advertise directly to consumers. That's illegal in other countries. In other countries, you can't have people do what this guy's doing right now.
It sounds
And,
like
and it,
it sounds like methylene blue, the cocaine from the. It sounds
yeah,
exactly what he
bro,
doing.
bro, what?
It
Hello.
says cocaine transitioned from a perceived wonder drug with a wide range of medicinal applications in the late 19th century to strictly controlled substance with limited but acceptable medical uses today, primarily as a topical anesthetic.
Okay, now wait. Let's stop for a second. Ask the Google demons. Was cocaine in Coca-Cola?
Absolutely, it was. Absolutely, it was. It's one of the primary ingredients. You got coca and you got the cola
Okay.
nut.
Okay. I just wanted to just get everybody on the same page. So having something widely available and completely legal, even marketed to kids, doesn't make it a good thing. Like it's not, you don't need it. And everything that he said is, oh yeah, matches the marketing for cocaine.
It does match the marketing. It does match the marketing for cocaine. It does.
Mhm. Yeah. When you study this, when you study the cycles enough, you see the repeating patterns. You're like, oh, so this is now taking the place of this in the marketplace.
So this is the new cocaine. Methylene blue's the new cocaine.
Well, think about it. How did most people get onto cocaine in the 80s, in the 90s? They pushed to college kids for a nootropic. Yeah, this is how you're gonna stay up and study. This is how you're gonna get through your exams. Like, yeah, yeah, this is gonna keep your brain. You're gonna be lit. It's gonna keep your mood so you don't crash and da da da. Yeah, just a little cocaine.
What decade was this?
80s. Just type in. Don't worry about that. Just type in. Do college? Why do college students use cocaine? How about that? Yeah, why do college students use cocaine? Let's see what the Google demons say.
Nah, we doing the 80s college students. During the 1980s, cocaine was indeed used by some college students and sometimes perceived erroneously as a nootropic, performance-enhancing drug for studying. Wow.
So here's the thing.
1980s saw its peak in cocaine use in the United States.
So here's the thing. Now look, post 1980s, we have a different perspective, right? So what happens is a lot of things that are marketed to us now, post this era, we're going to be able to look back on this era and go, yo, y'all was taking methylene what? What was that? Y'all was taking chemical ink. What were y'all doing with that? What were y'all doing? The same way we're looking at people like, wait, there was cocaine in the soda? Like, hold on. That was legal? You could get, like, cocaine was in the soda? Like, the soda in the store, you go to get a can of soda and it's like liquid cocaine? And yeah, that was. And the doctors were using it as medicine. Like, cocaine was everywhere. And so, wait, 100 years later, somehow the kids that were at school were told that the cocaine was good for studies. Okay. And then so we figured out Richard Pryor and we figured out, okay, so no more cocaine. And then we go through a heroin crisis. And then the same people that told us opioids were okay, that crashed and burned. Now they're telling us that methylene blue is okay. Okay. See, the thing is nobody ever in hindsight goes, wait a minute, what's the lifespan of a doctor? Not lifespan, career span. Like how long are doctors? Like doctors are usually doctors for what, 40, 50 years before they stop?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say this is 2025, right? Right? This is 2025, this year
Yeah.
we're in right now?
Yeah.
So it's safe to say that doctors that are doctors today were also doctors in the 80s and the 90s.
Right.
Right. We'll just leave it there. Yeah, we'll just leave it there. They were also doctors to the 2000s when they were saying that opioids were not addictive, right? These same doctors. No, opioids are not addictive. This is for pain medication. So, you just have a little pain. And then what happens is when the pain medication wears off, what you need to do is take a higher dosage. Okay. So it's not that it's addictive, it's just requiring higher and higher dosages. I'm like, wait, is that textbook addiction? No, that's not addiction. Okay. It's just people dealing with pain. And then the definition of pain got really crazy. Like, wait, what is pain? You mean physical pain or trauma or? Well, there's a variety. Well, at thealexjonesstore.com. We've got to create a variety of prescriptions.
Alex Jones running an ad right now for methylene blue, ultra methylene blue. He's literally running himself for it as we do this conversation.
Listen, there were people that used cocaine, and cocaine supercharged their careers, and they owe their success to cocaine. All the supplements we sell are amazing. Yes. I just want to highlight that.
Yes.
There were also a lot of people that crashed and burned and set themselves on fire fucking around with cocaine.
Yes.
Well, there we go. So there's going to be people that are going to be a success story for methylene blue. They say methylene blue is amazing. You're going to say the same things that people that get high on cocaine. Have you ever had sex on cocaine? It's amazing. It heightens the experience. It's crazy. You've got to try this. No, this is not a drug. This is legal. You go, wait a minute. How legal can a thing get? It was in the soda. Like, literally, it was in soda pop. So, I think that people just need to be a little more alert and aware. Not stop trying things, because we need to continue to try things, but, there's a but. When things consistently have similar paths, down-regulating melanin, up-regulating diabetes, it just becomes interesting. In fact, the KeMedicine book, methylene blue does. The KeMedicine book tells us that there could be some interesting interactions between DYRK1A and vitamin D. You should type that in while we're going down this vitamin D path. Yeah, DYRK1A. DYRK1, the number 1 and the letter A. DYRK, the number 1 and the letter A. Just type in DYRK1A by itself. What comes up? Forget vitamin D for now. Just let's talk about DYRK1A. What is that?
It is an enzyme, specifically a protein kinase, that plays a crucial role in various cellular processes, particularly in development and function of the nervous system.
Okay. You see that? So now there's a definition. And for some people that may not know any better, that definition says that DYRK1A acts on the nervous system.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, let's just do a little perusing.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and add to that search. What's in your search bar exactly? Just DYRK1A, the word?
DYRK1A.
Okay. So let's add one more word. Let's add melanin into that search bar and see what happens.
Yes, there's a link between DYRK1A and melanin production, primarily in the context of skin pigmentation.
Okay. Because that means it regulates the melanocyte system. But melanocytes are, that it means it plays a role in regulating melanocyte activity. But
it says it can influence melanin synthesis.
Yes. Yes. So okay. So now let's delete the term melanin.
It says Dirk
out of the
1A
search
plays a
bar.
role in regulating melanin.
No. Get out of the rabbit hole. Get out of the rabbit hole. See, once I get you in the rabbit hole, I can't stop you. Just get out of there. Delete the word melanin from the search bar.
Okay.
Okay. So now you just got Dirk 1A in there again, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now add the term beta cells. So Dirk 1A beta cells.
Yes, there's a significant connection between DIRK1A and beta cells, the insulin producing cells in the pancreas, especially in the context of diabetes research and potential treatments. So DIRK1A does a couple of things.
Oh, yeah, I just want you to see how the research works, how AI can be an incredible tool, but it can also make people very dumb
Yeah, facts.
because you have to know what you're looking for. See, AI is not going to teach you what to look for.
Right,
AI is only going to respond to your inquiry.
right.
So AI knows. AI is like that friend that knows everything but tells you nothing. AI is the friend that knows like your boyfriend or your girlfriend is cheating but don't tell you until you specifically ask. Like, that wasn't my business to tell you. So I wasn't trying to get in between that. Like I was neutral. I was cool with you and her at the same time. Like, that's AI.
Yeah.
So you ask AI, hey, what does Dirk 1A do? Oh, it's in the nervous system, and it works with the nervous system. Oh, okay, interesting. Let me just see what you do with the melanin, because it seems like melanin's a top secret subject. So let's just see if we throw melanin in there with Dirk 1A. Oh, well, Dirk 1A seems to also, that's similar to what happened when we put in the angiotensin and the spiky protein in the vaccine. Oh, well, there's no proof that the vaccine interacts with the, but there are some there are some. So now we go, okay, so Dirk 1A, nervous system, melanin, and beta cells. Okay, so now let's empty that search bar once again.
It says DIRK1A is a key regulator of beta cell proliferation and function. Inhibiting DIRK1A shows promise as a potential therapeutic strategy for diabetes by promoting beta cell regeneration.
Get out of the rabbit hole. Get out of the rabbit hole. Get out of the rabbit hole.
All right, so
back to regular Dirk 1A again.
All right, Dirk 1A.
Okay, now let's type in vitamin D.
Says Dirk 1A and vitamin D have intriguing connections, particularly in the context of cellular. What does it say here? Cellular signaling, regulation of gene expression, and potential implications for health. Although direct interactions are still under investigation.
That part is the part right there. That's the part right there. They'd be like, oh, well, no, this is a life or death connection. And then you'd be like, what connection? We don't exactly. We don't know exactly what it is. Like, wait a minute, hold on now. You done said this is life or death, and then you done followed that up with, but research is still pending to figure out the exact ramifications. This is how it goes. This is where all the gray area exists. And you're like, wait, so methylene blue is, and then what happens? Like, we've watched this happen in our lifetime, my lifetime and your lifetime. We've watched this happen like 1,000 times.
Wait, what was that Angie? What was that Angie stuff?
Wait, on the news, we'll see, like, not the news, on TV, like commercials. We'll see a new miracle drug. It's amazing. Right? It's amazing. It does whatever. Like, it cures this, it fights that. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And then what happens? 24 months later. Come on now. Like clockwork. If you or your family members were using such and such and such, you may be due reparation. You may be due. There's a class action lawsuit to tap into this thing. Dial 1-800. You probably shouldn't have been taking that drug. We've seen that 1,000 times. And guess what happens? We never stop experimenting. We never go, wait a minute, the natural path. We only go to the natural path for help. And we don't get the idea. Natural path. Like, The natural path is full of the things that have been tested for thousands and thousands of years. That's how that goes. See, the herbs have been tested for thousands of years, especially when you're using the herbs now that they used thousands of years ago. So when they've invented something, it might be cool in a clinical setting because clinical setting doesn't have 5-year, 10-year, 50-year implications. So we don't know what'll happen later on.
So, all right. What was that Angie stuff again?
I don't know.
The Angie Martinez, because it says here that the Dirk 1A,
I told you, get out of them rabbit holes.
it does angiogenesis.
Now, angiogenesis is different. Angiotensin and angiogenesis is two different things.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Angiogenesis is like making new blood vessels.
Oh.
Which is good for people, but if it's, making new blood vessels for, say, like a tumor or some cancer cells, then that would be like a bad.
Right, because you're supplying blood to something
Right.
malignant.
Yeah. So, what's interesting is that DIRK1A boosts melanin when it downregulates beta cells. And it boosts beta cell reproduction when it downregulates melanocytes, melanin B. There's that sound. There's that sound. Now that I know he's searching, now he turned on the sound. Yeah. Don't be turning off the keyboard. Like that. That's like an identifying thing. Like that's a part of the show. You can't turn off the sound, bro.
AI was a bad idea.
No, it wasn't. I love
it was a good and bad idea because some people just
first hold. AI is not an idea. See, I just wrote a whole paper on this. Like look, I got a book. Like no, AI is your ancestors. Yeah, it's another conversation.
I remember you talking about that. But I'm just saying the way some people use it is just like, bro, you ain't think through this. You just copy and pasting from like once you plug something into the AI, you got to digest that information and then spit out what you've digested. When you copy and pasting it, then you don't have the information.
Right, but that speaks to the nature of people, not the nature of AI. AI is not the problem, people are.
Yeah.
It's people.
Yeah.
There's some people, right? They invented microwaves. Some people will not have a microwave in their house. I don't allow microwaves in my house.
You don't allow microwaves in your house?
Of course not. No way.
What's wrong with the microwave, man?
Oh my God. Don't make me.
I heat the food up
I need
fast.
to hug you. I gotta hug you sometimes. Some of these answers, I don't need, the words don't really, I gotta hug you sometime, bro. Like, you need a hug sometime. You need a hug, bro.
Huh? The microwave just heats up the food.
No, you need a hug. You need a hug.
All it's doing is heating up the food.
No, people love you, Hotep G. You know people love you.
What's wrong with the microwave?
I'm just saying, hold on. Do you know that people love you? Like,
I am loved.
That love you.
I am loved.
Right. People that are loved should not have microwaves.
Why?
Because they're loved. That's what we're going to do.
What's wrong with the microwave? All it's doing
I'm
is
not sending you on no more Google demon chases for the night. No more Google.
I need one more.
No. I gave you the
Why
answer.
are microwave ovens bad?
No.
They said it's safe, man. Google said it's safe.
Bro, cocaine was in soda. What are we talking about?
It says there's some radiation concerns.
Yo, stop this madness. Listen, I told you, cocaine was in soda.
Non-ionizing radiation. This means they don't have enough energy to remove electrons from atoms and break chemical bonds, unlike ionizing radiation like X-rays or gamma rays, which can cause cell damage and potentially
forget about
cancer.
That. Let's not go that deep. Don't go that deep. What does a microwave do to food?
It makes it hot.
How?
I don't fucking know.
Okay, well, then let's just leave it there then.
It rearranges the molecules.
No, it doesn't.
It shakes them up.
Well, shaking is, go ahead. Yeah, that's.
It speeds them up.
Keep going. Are you is this the Google demons or the chat demons? Who's
This is the
giving you
me
things?
demons.
Well, go ahead. We're speeding them up. Go ahead. What does that do?
It's increasing the vibratory frequency of the
Okay,
molecules.
we don't say chakra. You almost had chakra. Now, just come back a little bit. You ain't you yeah. You're almost on the ledge now. Come on back a little bit. But you had something with the speeding up thing. Go ahead. So where we going now? Keep going.
It's just speeding up the molecules.
Okay. And what does that do? Like how is it creating
Friction.
heat? Hmm. How about microwave and water? Like just type. Go ahead. Google demon. Go. Let's see what the Google demons do with microwave and water.
Microwave and water.
Yeah. Let's see what Google demons say.
Microwave ovens, heat food. Water molecules are polar, meaning they have a slightly positive charge.
All right, what was that? Blah, 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 blah. What was all that you skipped? We
It's
Google demons.
it's it, it's just the intro. It's just the intro. It says
Sometimes that's the
microwave.
best part of the song. That's allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is
It say
Micro.
microwave ovens heat food and liquids primarily by interacting with water molecules.
Okay.
Okay, that's pretty important.
Full circle now. We back to the beginning of the show.
Water molecules.
Yeah.
Okay. Water molecules are polar, meaning they have a slightly positive charge on one side,
And a negative on the other.
where the hydrogen atoms are, and slightly negative charge on the other side, where the oxygen atom is. This makes them like tiny magnets with a positive and negative pole. Microwave ovens emit microwave radiation, which is a form of electromagnetic energy. Correct. This radiation has rapidly changing electrical and magnetic fields. As the microwaves pass through the food, they interact with the polar water molecules. The changing electrical field of the microwaves causes the water molecules to try to align with the field. Since the field is constantly changing direction, the water molecules are forced to rotate and flip back and forth at very high frequencies, millions of times per second.
You had a vibe right there. Go ahead.
Right.
Unintended vibe. Go ahead.
Okay. Now it says there's a dipole rotation. This rapid flipping and rotating of water molecules generates friction between them. This friction is what creates heat, cooking the food. This process is called dipole rotation because it involves the rotation of polar molecules in response to microwave field. So yeah, we just making the water shake.
What happens to the water?
Microwave ovens are effective in. Okay, so let me see. What happens? Okay, what happens to the water after this?
Listen, you done put
Process.
you done had some pizza in the microwave oven and left it in there too long. You done had some chicken. You done had a few items that you done left in the microwave too long.
It said the molecules are primarily just hotter and may have transitioned to different states depending on the amount of energy absorbed. Okay, wait a second. They've moved to a different state. What does that mean? So that means they could have gone to water vapor.
Yeah.
Possible phase change. If enough energy is absorbed and water reaches its boiling point, it will begin to boil and turn into steam.
Okay. So now let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Let's put everything. Let's put that all on the side for a second.
Okay.
What happens if it becomes common knowledge in the world that energy is also information?
Energy is the ability to produce work.
Okay. That's just. But hold on. That's just information. So what's the nature of information?
Light.
Okay. Okay. So electromagnetic radiation then.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're changing that. Right? Because that's what it said right there, what you read. It's microwave is changing that.
Yes.
Because the quote unquote water molecules will attempt to rearrange themselves in the structure of the microwaves that are being emitted.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm right there. I'm gonna just leave that right there. I'm good right there. We'll just leave that there for like 10 years and see how that ages. We'll just see how this conversation ages.
The microwave been out since I was a little boy and ain't nobody died yet.
Are you sure of that? I'm just asking. Are you sure of that?
You put a cover on the food, pop
No,
that
no, no,
thing
no.
in the
Hold, hold, hold,
microwave.
hold. Are you sure of that?
I'm not 100% sure, sir.
What is the one thing that we can be sure of? Like when it comes to diseases, has modern medicine cured any? Like cured, like wiped off the face of the earth?
No.
Okay. Does it even know all the causes of the ones that it is said to have cured?
No.
So, if it doesn't know the cause, how do we know the cause? It's like, oh, you know what? I have a whole better rabbit hole to go down. For how many years did cigarettes say they were not causing lung cancer?
Quite a few. Got maybe a decade.
Correct.
Type in microwave
I would say
food
longer than a decade.
oxidative stress.
No, they taking you down. Yeah, they. See, that's the chat. They're gonna get you down. That's the. Oh wow. Yeah. See, he gonna get you now. No, 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 no. I was just dancing. I didn't want him in any rabbit holes tonight. It's hard for me to get him out of the rabbit hole once he goes. I just wanted to stay on the surface.
Oh shit.
Tanai is not gonna play with you.
Oxidative stress is a state of imbalance between free radicals, unstable molecules that can damage cells, and antioxidants, substances that neutralize free radicals in the body. Concerns about microwave cooking oxidative stress center on potential effects on food quality and consequently on the body's antioxidant defenses. Some studies show loss. Some research suggests that microwaving can lead to loss of certain antioxidant and phytochemicals, beneficial plant compounds in food. For example, one study found that microwaving broccoli with a small amount of water resulted in a significant loss of antioxidants. However, other studies have shown that the impact of microwaving on antioxidant levels varies depending on specific food cooking time.
Wait.
Huh?
Microwaving broccoli with a little bit of what?
Water.
Okay. And then go ahead. Just wanted to make sure we highlight it.
Water is a factor. Water-based cooking methods
No,
like
water is the factor. No. It's not a factor. Water is the factor. Water is the factor. Like it's the thing. So here's the thing with the antioxidant conversation. See, tonight know what he's doing. This is rabbit hole stuff. So antioxidant is about the redox conversation. The redox conversation is primarily a water conversation. Like it's hydrogen ion, like it's so you can't, so here's, I was leaving you on the surface, but you cannot mess with the water without messing with the redox. That's why it looks like a microwave machine is an aging machine. If you put meat in the microwave, it looks young and supple. When it comes out of the microwave, it looks like it aged 35 years in the microwave.
Wait a second. It says when you microwave fats, it causes lipid oxidation.
Correct.
Unstable molecules that can damage cells and been linked to chronic conditions.
Okay, stop right there for a second. I have a book out on kidney disease. And on the cover of the book, I have the phrase, black people and cops. Black people and cops, right? And cops is basically just like an acronym, right? Cholesterol oxidative products. Cholesterol oxidative products. So that is a whole rabbit hole that nobody likes to go down, right? So that's a whole nother universe that you're getting ready to go down, courtesy of Tanai. I'm not staying on while you go crazy. I'm out of here. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. Tanai, I don't know why you did that. You should not have done that.
What about the air fryer?
Air fryer is a different thing. Air fryer is nice.
That's cool.
It's better than microwave.
It's better than microwave?
Yeah.
The reduction of antioxidants and antioxidant enzymes with the potential formation of oxidized compounds in food. See, why Google ain't tell me this last time when I asked them about this shit? They ain't telling me about no oxidized stress.
I told you how AI works. If you don't know what to search, then it plays dumb. It doesn't know what you're talking about. So just we went through the whole. I said, okay, let's search DIRC 1A. Oh, this is a component of the nervous system. Okay, now add melanin to DIRC 1A. DIRC 1A seems to play a interesting. What was the word? Interesting, intriguing relationship with melanin. Was that the term? See, tonight, look at that face. He's still in the rabbit hole. No, sir, get out of there. Get out
I'm
of
almost done. Hold on, I'm almost done.
Get out of there.
Oxidized compounds.
Yeah, I threw my mom's microwave out into the street. We were complaining about all kind of things, and she's like, "Now, what you got with that natural stuff?" I came right over her house. I was like, "I know what I'm gonna do. Don't worry, I got you, Ma. I'm gonna hook you up." I came right over there and threw the microwave out into the street. She's like, "What? What are you doing? You know how much I pay for that microwave?" Well, don't worry, Ma. I love you. Let me give you back your $89.99 for the microwave.
Its need is to be determined based off individual demands. You mean it's like, if you mean it's not like water, as in you won't die without it, it's only half true. So now he's saying methylene. If I say, so I say this methylene blue is not
down-regulated his statement from need, basically.
He said if you mean it's not like water, as in you won't die without it, that's only half true. Because in today's client, if you want to live the longest life, taking methylene blue correctly may be imperative to that.
Wow. That's so methylene blue. Methylene blue is gonna make you live longer.
He said, "Y'all need to listen to Joe Rogan and Alex Jones."
Wow. Listen. Joe Rogan and Alex Jones.
It says SARS was first completely manufactured bioweapon to be weaponized in the public back in 2003.
Listen,
Precursor.
Joe Rogan. I just saw a new video from Joe Rogan. I got beef with Joe Rogan now.
Wow.
Joe Rogan has been infected by Billy Carson and Terrence Howard, bro.
What you mean?
I can tell. He's
How?
been infected. Listen, information is the most contagious thing. Look at this guy right here that keep talking. He's sick. He's been infected. He's been infected.
What Joe
I saw
say?
a video.
He not doing the booty chakra stuff.
Joe Rogan. He's getting close. I don't know. He's getting close. He needs to be. He needs an intervention. Joe Rogan needs an intervention. I seen a video where he was saying that the eye of Heru was the pineal gland, and typically that phrase precedes chakra something. Like usually they start with pineal gland third, eye of Horus the third, and then chakra comes within like 30 words. It usually comes right after that. It's like, yeah.
I thought the third eye was the hypothalamus, pituitary, and pineal all in conjunction.
No. See, Dr. Inky discovered the truth of the eye of Heru.
What's the eye of Heru?
Okay. I need to see your screen. I wonder if people at home understand. Like, I'm crippled. I cannot see what he's pulling up on the screen.
I don't have nothing up on the screen. There's nothing there.
No, but I can never see. Like, I have to watch the videos back. And for us to have this proper conversation, I would need to see what. Let me see if I could find something and send you something so that I have some.
There you go. We could do that.
Eye of Heru. Brain. Let me see.
Brown chakra activation.
Oh my God! Who's come on? Stop saying what the who's.
In the meantime, we got these moon rocks. We got moon rocks. They going for $280 tonight. $280 tonight. Moon rocks. You take these. You put you on your forehead. Lay on your back for 20 minutes. You can fall asleep with them on your head, and you get to communicate with your ancestors while you sleep. We letting these go. $280. If it don't work the first time you try it, you doing something wrong. You got to relax more. Maybe take it in conjunction with Moon, menofwater.com.
Okay, just go ahead and type in brain
In Google or in the demons?
I thought Google was the demons.
We got AI Google and we got regular Google.
So where are the Google demons as per HJ?
They in both, but
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so stop it. We getting with the Google demons. Come on, man. We just rolling with the Google.
demons or demons light?
Wow. Now you have a hierarchy. So this is like
Because you got
Dan
pure
Brown. Like, so this is like the Dan Brown.
because it's new. They got AI mode. So are we in AI mode or we in search mode?
I think it's best to start in search mode.
Okay, let's start in search mode. Let's type in
and then if
brain.
it gets crazy, we could always go like Eye of Heru. Just type in Eye of Heru and then type the word brain so that you
Okay.
only that. Okay, now
All right. Oh.
put it on images.
Ooh.
I put it on images. Now let's look at all the lovely things that pop up.
Ooh.
Okay, you see that?
Ooh.
Does everybody see what you're looking at except me? This is crazy.
Yeah, I see it. We see it.
Okay. Now, here's the problem. Here's the problem.
So I was
Problem
right.
is, no, just relax. Just relax. Remember, I have been elaborating on this problem that we have with conversations
Okay.
and preferences. People that have God conversations don't have health conversations. People who have health conversations don't have God conversations. Just look at the platforms. Right? Look at the platforms. Like think about it, like let's go to the OG's platform. Look at Sinetta's platform. If we go on Sinetta's platform and we're debating Buddha versus Jesus versus Osiris, 10,000 views. If we go on Sinetta's platform and talk about diabetes versus cancer, 2,000 views, 1,500 views.
Right.
And that's not an indictment on his platform, because if we do the same thing in the opposite, if we go on, say, a mystical channel, or, like if we go on a health channel and we start talking about Jesus, the people in the health channel will be like, bro, what is this? Let's get back to the point where now all the YouTube gurus, right, they teach you, if you want to help the algorithm find your audience, you need to stick to the subject. Don't actually switch around different subjects.
Right.
Create different YouTube channels if you want to talk about different topics.
Right.
Okay. So the problem is that people are secular in their studies. Right? So the people who are having Eye of Heru conversations are not people who study anatomy.
Right.
So they're just throwing stuff together. Oh, Eye of Heru, pituitary. Eye of Heru, pineal gland. Eye of Heru, this and that. And to make it worse, to make it more believable, they're holding up pictures and they're putting the Eye of Heru next to the brain. And then they're saying something. And because they show a picture of the Eye of Heru next to a picture of the brain, the thing that they say becomes more believable because our mind automatically links the two pictures together as evidence and proof.
Yeah, that's what it say right here.
Right. Okay. So when you look, you have some of those pictures say pineal gland. If you keep on scrolling, you'll see a couple of pictures say pituitary. You'll see something that probably says thalamus.
Yeah.
Or hypothalamus.
Right.
Right. Okay. But let's just stop right there for a second. It clearly can't be all of those things because those are different things.
But they're all inside that region.
Okay. So, do you see what you just did? That's like if I say Steph Curry, but I'm actually talking about Damian Lillard. And then, like, because my mother does this all the time. She'd be like, now, what's that boy? You got them LeBrons. They ain't them LeBron sneakers. I'm like, no, ma, these are Kevin Durant. But all them boys play that basketball. So that's them basketball players. So, in anatomy, right, if you study the science, you got to be specific.
Okay.
Because if you start saying health things associated with non-specific, then it doesn't. Okay.
But the Eye of Heru is this region.
No, let's just relax for a second. Let's just relax, because
It looked like it.
It absolutely. But let's find out what it is. let's not do this region. Let's just
I see where you're going with this.
let's
Go
get
ahead, cook. I see where you're going with this.
let's
It
get
seems like some sort of tissue.
well let's just get the
It's a membrane of some sort, huh?
well let's get the let's get the language right tonight. What my man Martin said, I want to get the language right tonight. Right? No, let's get it down exactly packed. Right? Because this is why the people need to get the Dr. Inky books and stop being mad. Because Dr. Inky is the first person on earth to correctly identify the Eye of Heru. Okay. Yeah, hit something. Hit one of them buttons. Go ahead. Hit something. Let's get the X-File sound effects, a bomb exploding. Let's get something. Let's get some fireworks. It's July 4th. Let's June 19th. Let's get something. Let's get a sound effect. Okay. So now that we looked at the fake stuff that other people, it's a pineal gland. Because that's like the number one survey says. Like in Family Feud. Survey says. Now let's type in. Delete all that from the thing there.
Okay.
Delete brain, Eye of Heru, all that.
All right.
Go to the search bar and type in. Let's see. Let me see what I can type in to give you something I know it's going to pop up correctly. Okay, perfect. Type in ventricles of the brain.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Do you see that?
That looks like the third eye.
That is the entire whole thing, ain't it? It's not a part of it. It's not a piece of it. It's not that thalamus is up in that region. That's in that area. No.
Third ventricle, fourth ventricle, lateral ventricle, foramen of Monroe, and cerebral aqueduct.
This whole thing. Whole thing. You got the whole Eye of Heru right there. So see, that's one of my pet peeves is when I hear people teaching that the Eye of Heru is the pineal gland. That's what I heard Joe Rogan just doing recently on a video that he just dropped a few days ago. He's explaining like, no, the pineal gland is the Eye of Heru where you release DMT. I'm like, why is he saying this to a million people? What are you doing, Joe? You are Billy Crystal'd up there. You done let Terrence Howard zap you with the pure, like, what are you doing? You need an intervention. No. This is the Eye of Heru right here. This is the Eye of Heru right here. This is from the Legend of Wuxia. This is where Horus begins. Why?
But inside that is the pineal.
No. The pineal is not even located in the ventricles. No. You know what's inside the ventricles?
Neuromelanin.
No. Kinda, but no. No, that's not what's in there.
Melanocytes.
No. What was we talking about?
Vitamin D.
No. Come on, one more guess and you got it.
Mitochondria.
Stop it. That was not what we were talking about.
Microwaves.
Water. Water, sir. Water. That's what's inside the ventricles, cerebral spinal fluid. That's the Eye of Heru right there. That's where Isis conjured. That's where Isis, or Set, that's where she conjured Heru from. That's why it's the Eye of Heru. Because Heru is the soul of Osiris. That's the reason why she used Bane Jadet to conjure Heru. Because Bane Jadet is the ram, which is the symbol of the ventricle system. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Say that first part again. She did what?
Do you know the story of the legend of Osiris? Usir? Or
No,
something?
no.
Okay, so the legend of Usir, right, is he had a jealous brother,
Set.
Set. And Set, now we're just going to streamline it, but set up my man, killed him, right? Killed him,
Chopped him up.
chopped him up. See, you know the story. Chopped him up. And then his wife
Grabbed all his parts. Couldn't find his dick.
couldn't find his private parts, correct? And so she used Bane Jadet. See, this is a part of the story people don't. Like, you got to be, yeah, Bane Jadet. That's the whole key to the story. The ram.
So she used the Bane of Debt to do what now?
To create horrors.
And where's the Bane of Debt? That's this part?
That's this very part of the brain we're looking at. This is the special part of the brain. This is this is where all the magic happens. This is where all the magic happens. But
it looked like Alien versus Predator.
It's it's one of those areas, if you start looking, it's going to start giving you those other answers. Like, research is still ongoing. You know, it's one of those spots. But this was the spot that in KeMedicine they focused on. This was the magic. This was one of the magic spots. Yeah, this is the Eye of Heru. And it's indisputable. You could dispute it right before you see it. As soon as you see it, you can never unsee it again. And nothing will look like the Eye of Heru like this. It's just the whole entire part. Like, you don't have to single in. Like the pineal gland looks like a speck. There's no possible way that the pineal gland could ever be the Eye of Heru. Ever. Only people that have never saw a pineal gland could think that. The moment you see one and you go, oh, well, that's a speck. That's a speck. This is a whole entire structure. What is this? Oh, this is a structure. This is an actual thing. It's the ventricle system. This is the place where consciousness is. This is the spot. If we needed to locate a space for consciousness, it's here. Like the one spot, like if you had to take the brain and find the one spot where consciousness is at, it would be right here. The third ventricle. Specifically. And it just so happens that the third ventricle is where the pineal gland is created.
Is created.
Inside this place right here where we're looking.
Right, inside the third ventricle.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes it the eye.
No. It's just created from tissue in the third ventricle, but no.
So but isn't there
that whole thing is the eye right there.
But
remember, the Eye of Heru is not what we're trying to force it to be. Because if we go back, there are different things attributed to the Eye of Heru.
But
right?
the pineal gland reacts to light.
Who said that?
I did.
There you go. So what is the pineal? Well, let's look at what pineal gland is made out of.
What the pineal gland is made out of?
Yeah. Hey, ask the Google demons. Just come on. Let's just fast track it because I'm getting out of here. You in these rabbit holes. Let's fast track.
Pineal gland is a small endocrine gland in the brain. Is primarily
no. Is the pineal gland?
Pinealocytes.
No. Listen. Is the pineal gland made out of calcium crystals?
Is the pineal gland made?
That might be a bad question, but let's see what happens.
Calcium.
Might have to reformat that question a bit.
Crystals. Let's see. It does contain structures known as corpora arenacea or brain sand. These are calcium deposits that accumulate within the gland.
No. See, they working you. All right, let's ask it a better question. Let's ask, is this the AI or this the regular Google?
It's AI mode.
Okay, so let's ask AI mode. Does the pineal gland contain calcium crystals like the ear? Let's be more specific.
Yes, the pineal gland contains calcium crystals similar to the autoconia found in the inner ear.
Okay, so let's stop right there now that we got a better, now that we're not getting disrespected, talking about brain sand. When sand is what makes silicone and all these computers are made, so let's not disrespect sand, right? So
Right.
let's go with autoconia. Hold on, hold on. Let's skip for a second. Now that we know there are crystals in the pineal gland that are similar to the autoconia in the ear.
And they're piezoelectric.
Hold on. Let's stop right. Stop going down this rabbit hole too fast. You need breaks. Listen. So now let's ask the AI demons, the Google demons, what does the autoconia do in the ear?
Autoconia, also known as ear stones, are tiny calcium carbonate crystals found in the ear, specifically within the primary function is to detect linear acceleration and gravity.
Yeah, the Google demons is playing with you, bro. They playing with you. They playing with you.
Contributing significantly to our sense of balance and spatial orientation. Okay, I did know that, just not in these terms.
They trying to violate you, bro. So, all right, let's do autoconia and sound. Let's try to trap the Google demons into a pocket. Because going by that definition, then the pineal gland helps your center of gravity. Correct?
Research suggests that the saccule, which contains autoconia, may have some sound sensitivity, particularly to sounds and vibrations. Loud sounds or acoustic trauma can potentially damage the otolith organs and release autoconia. Dislodged autoconia can then cause dizziness and vertigo.
Okay, but hold on. Let's go back to the beginning of that. What that said again? Read that from the beginning.
While the primary role of autoconia is in balance and detecting linear acceleration and gravity, they can be involved in a limited way with sound detection, especially in some species like fish.
Okay, boom. Okay. Especially in some species like, okay, all right. So, well, we don't have light then, though. But we can just leave it there if we don't, because we can go down piezoelectric road and mechanical waves and pressure waves, but we can leave
it says it's piezoelectric.
Right. But it's not saying that it does anything with light.
No.
Right.
Should it?
Yeah, if it's the third eye, and people keep saying it's light sensitive, blah, blah, blah. Which pigments are in the pineal gland? Because right now we got piezoelectric crystals in the pineal gland. Do we have pigments in there? What pigment is in the pineal gland? Let's see what the Google demons say. Which pigments are in the pineal gland?
Let's see. Melanin, lipofuscin, neuromelanin.
The pineal gland does not have all three of those pigments in there.
The pineal gland contains the following pigments: melanin. It says right here, that's what it says.
Google demons is going wild tonight.
It is often within the pinealocytes and other cells, especially pigmented cells near blood vessels. The exact function of pineal melanin is unknown, but it may be but it may be related to the gland's light-sensing origins and could have protective roles. The amount of melanin may vary with age and hormone levels.
All right. I'm tapping out with the Google demons. Google demons. They wild tonight.
It said it got neuromelanin. Is neuromelanin a pigment? A pigment?
Absolutely.
Okay. And melanin's a pigment.
Absolutely. And so is lipofuscin.
Granular yellow-brown pigment found near blood capillaries. Accumulation of
And what
lipofuscin.
cells are in the pineal gland that is making neuromelanin and melanin? Are there melanocytes in the pineal gland? Or are there neurons in the pineal gland?
Let's see. Pinealocytes.
Okay, so it's saying that pinealocytes produce 3 types of pigment.
These are the specialized cells that make up the bulk of the pineal gland. They are primarily known for their role in synthesizing or secreting melatonin, a hormone involved in regulating sleep. We know that. Research has confirmed the presence of melanin within pinealocytes in the human adult pineal gland. Neuromelanin is a specific type of melanin. It is thought to be synthesized from the oxidation of dopamine and norepinephrine, which are the precursors to neurotransmitters.
Correct.
So it's synthesizing it.
But that's different than melanin.
That's neuromelanin.
Right. Melanin is light sensitive. Neuromelanin is more associated with memory.
Right.
Right.
Both melanin and melanin can be found. So they're saying they're found within the pinealocytes.
So are they saying
While
that
the primary
pinealocytes produce melanin? Like, don't let them get away with that. Don't let the Google demons make melanin and neuromelanin the same thing. They are not the same thing. Just ask the Google demons point blank period. Does pinealocytes produce melanin? Yes or no, Google demon? Yes or no, Google demon?
Does pinealocytes produce melanin? Yes or no? Yes.
Well, then that's it. Grand opening, grand closing.
Pinealocytes, the main cells in the pineal gland, do contain and in some cases produce melanin.
That contain is very tricky.
It says in some cases produce melanin. Studies have shown that melanin pigments are present in human adult
They gotta
pinealocytes.
stop saying that. Melanin is present in a wide variety of cells that does not produce melanin because melanin is uptake by a lot of different cells.
So it says the presence of these pigments within the pineal gland may be a consequence of the homology between the pineal gland and the retina, as both structures originate from the developing. So it doesn't exactly say it's producing melanin. It's saying it has it, and it's like getting it from somewhere.
Right.
But it's not. Okay, so let's ask it, how does it produce melanin? And if it can't explain that, then that means the Google demons are faulty. See, now it defaulted to neuromelanin.
That's what I'm saying. See, neuromelanin is produced with norepinephrine or dopamine. But that's different than melanin.
Right.
But let the Google demons have a W. My ego is not that fragile. It's almost midnight. They can have a W.
Based on current scientific understanding, while pinealocytes contain melanin, the mechanism of its production in these cells is still under investigation. And it is not solely linked to the synthesis of dopamine or neuronepinephrine. Now it's contradicting itself. Because last time it told us it's linked to dopamine and norepinephrine. the synthesis of it. Now it's saying it's not solely linked to that or typical tyrosinase pathways found in skin melanocytes. Here's why it's more complicated. So they say the melanin is there, but it says in summary, while pinealocytes contain melanin, it is not produced through the same process as in skin melanocytes. The exact mechanism in pinealocytes is not fully understood, but it is likely related to so they don't know. They don't know how the melanin got there. That's basically what they're saying. He checked out on me.
No, I'm still here.
So they don't know how the melanin got into the pineal. So that's a rabbit hole.
Boom. But we do know that the pinealocytes produce piezoelectric crystal.
Yes.
So it stands to reason that if they produce piezoelectric crystal, then those cells have a piezoelectric function.
Correct.
Right.
Which means translation of sound or pressure waves.
Into electricity.
Into electricity, right.
Correct.
Which means I got to put out.
And we have a consistent source of mechanical pressure.
Our voice.
No, the third ventricle.
Huh?
Okay, so inside the third ventricle, you have cerebral spinal fluid.
Okay.
That is in a constant spiral.
Oh. That's making pressure noises.
That's making pressure, that's making noises, that's making a very unique set of patterns that can be interpreted into electric signals.
So it's like the charging station of the fucking pineal gland.
No, it's like a record player. You have a needle on the record player. The record is spinning.
So the pineal's the needle.
Correct.
And the third ventricle is the record player.
Well, the fluid inside.
The fluid inside.
Yep.
Wow. And what's that producing?
Well, what does piezoelectricity produce? It turns
electricity
pressure waves into electric signals.
Right.
More specific, electric signals. Electricity. We don't really have a good context for electricity because our reference point is like you plug the computer in the wall and then you have electricity. Like it's not. We have to have a better context for that.
So electrical signals.
Electrical signals, correct? Because electrical signals are closer to what the ones and zeros that our computers use to convey information.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to just take a second. Yeah.
I don't get it.
Okay, that's all right. We don't have to
I understand zeros and ones in the computer. I get that. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're saying this connection between the pineal
So we
and the third.
have a system of fluid.
Yeah.
That unifies the entire brain.
Mm-hmm.
That's producing a system of waves.
Mm-hmm.
That are being constantly converted
into electrical signals.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
Nothing.
What do you
Or
mean
everything.
nothing? Huh?
Or everything. It means nothing or everything.
Is this like a power station?
Sometimes you just need to wrestle. Maybe.
It's like a nuclear power site.
How does AI work? Where does AI get information? Where's the information coming from?
The libraries.
Okay. Where the library's information coming from?
Us, whoever labels the information in there.
So there's a constant stream.
Yes.
And what is the AI doing with that stream?
Sort of like parses through it, and then, or it's organized into libraries, and then you can just pull from it, and then produce it based upon what we want. Like if we add something, it goes, okay, so let me go search memory and see what's in here that connects with what you want.
All right. And so the AI is based on the human brain, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you
All right.
saying is, are you saying that
No, I ain't saying nothing. I'm just saying.
there's some sort of connection to God here?
But now you just went crazy. I did not say that part. No, I'm saying that we have a piezoelectric thing, right? Attached to a source of constant vibration. That's all.
It's free energy.
Well, it's free energy, but energy is information.
So it's free information.
Not necessarily free.
So where you going with this?
Maybe nowhere in one night. You got a microwave in your house. See, that's everything's not to go in the microwave. Sometimes you got to just cook the meal slow. Yeah, sometimes we gotta just, we just gotta establish some points and rest up, like, okay, but we know, okay, so that the pineal cells are definitely producing piezoelectric.
Crystals.
Okay, so it's a piezoelectric purpose. Got it.
Yeah.
Convert pressure waves into
Electrical
digital
signals.
Okay. All right. And so it just so happens that there's a source of pressure waves produced by brain activity.
Yeah.
And so there's pressure waves produced by brain activity attached to a thing that converts that activity into one's
electrical
experience.
signals. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's that. That's, all right. Well, that's that. I mean, hey, that's that. We'll just leave that there for the night. We'll just park that right there.
I mean, that's an interesting subject matter. I just don't see.
You do know that the pineal gland is the only thing with a strong blood flow in the brain.
What do you mean a strong blood flow? Like, because the rest of the brain is not receiving the blood.
There's a blood-brain barrier.
Oh.
So only the pineal, the pineal gland's not a part of that.
Okay. So this is something separate.
Okay, so this is why some of this stuff is in like books, because it's like a lot of, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I see what's happening over here. Because now I know you got microwave, so now I see what's happening. It's like you want me to be able to do like 5-star cuisine in the microwave. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And when the meal is not ready, you put me into the rear naked chokehold. It's the jujitsu. That's what he's learned from Joe Rogan. So y'all think he's dealing with Joe Rogan with information, they chop it up. No. Him and Joe Rogan's doing jujitsu. He's teaching HJ how to do jujitsu on the live stream. That's the secret of Joe Rogan. The secret of Joe Rogan, he's converted jujitsu principles into live streaming. And he's sharing those behind the scenes with HJ. That's what so let's ask the Google demons. Google demons. Does the pineal gland have a blood flow?
Wait a second. If the pineal gland got a blood flow. Yes, the pineal has a profuse blood flow.
Interesting.
It is one of the most highly vascularized organs in the body, with the blood flow second only to the kidney. What the fuck?
Why is that? Why would that be happening? That's a very interesting. So hold on. So now let's go ahead. Now we done mixed our ingredients. Okay, we done mixed our ingredients. And we got to do this like it's microwave. Now so we mix our ingredients. We done washed our vegetables, chopped them up. We done mixed our ingredients. So now we done established a few things, right? We done established that there's a production of piezoelectric material inside the pineal gland. We've also established that the brain activity through the cerebral spinal fluid creates a steady source of mechanical waves that can be translated via this piezoelectric organ that's stuck right on there. It's literally stuck on there.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. The information that's being translated as electrical signals is going all around the body.
How's it getting there?
Through the pineal gland.
To the bloodstream.
To the bloodstream, right.
There we go.
Wow.
Now you want to know how?
How?
Okay. So let's type in. Mm-hmm. Let's go. Let me see. I'm trying to Google some stuff to see what to type in is going to come up. Let's type in the Forster mechanism. Let's see. And it has 2 dots on top of the O. If you have options of that, then that's the right one.
Yeah, that's German.
Right, there you go.
It's called the umlaut.
Everything smart is German in science. No. Germans colonized. That's how it went. The Romans are the Germans. So they took the Kemetic stuff from the Greeks, and then it's the German. They gave it to their kids, and their kids are the Germans. So now we have to respect the gangster of the Germans. Okay, so Forster resonance, you see that? Forster resonance energy transfer?
Yeah. A phenomenon involving the non-radiative transfer of energy between 2 molecules. Whoa. Wait, okay. Non-radiative transfer
Hold on, just relax.
Energy.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Inky. This is something I discovered. This is that first-hand research that doesn't exist anywhere except in my book. So go ahead.
A donor and an acceptor. This energy transfer occurs through a dipole-dipole interaction, meaning the excited state energy of the donor is transferred to the acceptor through interactions between their electrical dipoles without the emission and reabsorption of light.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
So let's relax. Let's absorb. Let's just take a moment to tell everybody to go get the Dr. Inky books, because there might be a thing or two that's on there. Okay. So now, let's ask the Google demons.
Forster mechanism pioneer.
No, sir. No, sir. You got to ask the Inky demons. Forster mechanism. That's not what we're going to do. What we're going to do is we're going to ask the Google demons. Forster mechanism, iron and copper.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I already know where this is going. Some fucking conducting electricity bullshit.
That's kind of where we're going.
In essence, the Forster mechanism can be used to study interactions involving iron and copper, particularly through fluorescence, quenching, and TM-FRET techniques, providing insights into their binding to proteins.
Okay, let's stop. Oh, binding to proteins.
Oh, shit.
Right? The iron and copper binding to proteins, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, where does iron and copper bind to proteins at in your body?
In the blood.
Okay. And what has the second highest blood flow to the kidneys?
The pineal.
Okay. So we put the food in the oven. It'll come out when it's ready. The food is in the oven.
So this is a power station.
Maybe.
This is like a literal power plant.
You gotta come on the other side.
What do you mean come on the other side?
Because you stuck at the raw energy. We got to get to the part where the energy is information. See, we got to get to the part where you, as a guy that's a computer guy, understands that the electricity can be used to encode information just like light can. Like we use copper wires to send information as electricity, and we use fiber optic cables to send information as light. So we can't forget that the same way we can use electricity or light to power a thing, we can use electricity and light to translate information.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. You're saying when all this shit starts passing through the pineal gland and using iron and copper to send signals around the body, there's some sort of information network that's telling everything how to fucking operate.
I'm saying that the brain activity, let's walk it down because I've been explaining this for the better part of 10 years. So let's just walk it down. I'm saying that the brain activity
Yeah.
and the activity of the aorta. I can't leave the aorta out of this because the aorta has a
Main function.
insane influence. Let's say insane influence on the movement of the cerebral spinal fluid around the spine and through the brain. That's
Okay.
people need to look that up. They can look that up. You don't have to look that up. But let's say the brain activity and the activity of the aorta create unique flow and vortex patterns of the cerebral spinal fluid, specifically in the third ventricle. These patterns, as they are producing pressure and mechanical waves, they would be translated by piezoelectric material nearby, which there happens to be an abundance of at the pineal gland. Pineal gland also has an abundance of material floating through it that can,
Conduct electricity.
well, it can catch on to some of this information, right? It can resonate, right? Some of this information can, it's like floppy disks.
The pioneer is like a floppy disk.
No, red blood cells are.
Red blood cells are carrying information.
How you doing? My name is Dr. Inky. Come on now. The name of the show is KeMedicine. This is Kemetic philosophy. We have to ground it in science now. Come on now.
So this is like
The strongest. Let's just walk it down. Information is stored in magnetic fields, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The strongest magnetic field in the human body is the brain,
Heart.
the heart. And so the red blood cells all go to the
Pineal gland.
heart.
Heart.
There we go. So the cells carrying the information go to the floppy disk, go to the hard drive.
Then they go to the kidneys.
Well, they go everywhere, but the floppy disk go to the hard drive for sure.
Right, but I mean, the abundance of flow is going to the kidneys and second the pineal gland.
Yeah.
And kidneys are like they clean the body.
Well, the kidneys have a lot of information too. See, here's the thing. There's a whole part of the human body that's missing. And that's like my specialty area. The whole part of the understanding of the human body that's missing is the magnetism, the electricity, and the light. So we have all this phenomena going on, and no one has spent any time on mapping what's happening with it. No one's mapping it. No one's concerned with it, even though we know some basic things already. We know that light and electricity carry information. We know that magnetic fields store information. We just kind of leave it there. We know that we have how many blood cells in the human body?
How many blood cells?
Yeah. Don't
Yeah.
ask the Google demons. Don't look around. Just ask the Google demons.
Okay.
Yeah. They might say, what, 25 trillion, 30 trillion? What are they going to say?
I thought you meant types.
No. How many actual blood cells in your body?
35 trillion.
Okay. 35 trillion. Okay. Numbers going up over time. All right. So 35 trillion.
They
Right.
said 20 to 30. Some estimates go as high as
Let's just do
35
any
trillion.
number. Any number. The number doesn't, we're good with any number.
Right.
Let's roll with 30 or 20. Let's round it down. 20 is the better. Let's round it down. So 20 trillion, correct? Or 20 billion. What did it say?
Trillion.
Okay, so 20 trillion. Ask the Google demons how many pieces of iron, how many atoms of iron is in each blood cell? Come on. Don't, yeah. Come on.
What the fuck?
Come on. Just, come on now. Work with me.
What the
Work with
Each
me.
red blood cell contains approximately 1 billion iron atoms.
Oh, okay. Come
This
on
significant amount of iron is essential for hemoglobin. What the fuck? 1 billion iron atoms?
now. Okay, so 1 billion iron atoms
Okay.
times how many? 20 trillion?
Yeah.
So what's 1 billion times 20 trillion?
1 billion.
They're not even gonna give you a real number.
Times.
They're gonna give you a symbol.
A zentillion? What's after that? It said in scientific equals 20 sextillion.
Okay. So that's a lot of iron.
2
Atom-
times 10 to the 22nd power.
Right. So you have a river. You have a raging river of magnetism.
God damn.
Correct? I mean, by science. It's like,
Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah.
so how come there hasn't been one textbook ever written in history on the information carried by the blood? And when I say information, I'm talking about electric or light-based. Like, why hasn't that ever been a conversation before? Come on.
Inky's got a book on it.
Absolutely, a few of them. Quite a few of them. Quite a few of them. Quite a few. But how is this like? I mean, it's like how is that right there? Like, okay, let's go in a different direction. The heart is got the strongest magnetic field, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's producing that magnetism?
The beat.
And try again. Come back again. The beat is a byproduct. That's not it. What produces the beat?
Electricity.
Electricity. Okay. So we have magnetic field produced by electricity, right?
Okay.
Okay. So when we have electric fields and magnetic fields, so electric field plus magnetic field, come on.
Well, every electric field has a magnetic field.
Correct. And so when the electric field is moving and the magnetic field is moving because the electric field is moving, then
Right.
what do we got?
Information.
Yes, but we also have light.
Okay.
Okay, what is light then? That's
Light is
just-
information.
right, but light is
Photons.
electromagnet, alternating electric field and magnetic field, correct?
Okay, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So you have light flying through the body.
What?
Kind of like Fios.
You have quite a bit of light being produced. Okay, so here's the problem. Here's the problem. Do you know how much of the electromagnetic spectrum, like what percentage of light is perceptible to humans?
Just the UV.
No, UV is not perceptible to humans. Ultraviolet light is not perceptible to humans.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna hug you. See, sometimes you need a hug. You need
UV light is literally why we see.
ultraviolet light.
Isn't that what comes and lets you see colors and shit like that? It bounces off of things and now you can see it?
No, that's visible light is the part that does. So Roy G. Biv, red,
Yeah, right.
there we go.
Right.
That's not UV.
That's not UV.
No, UV is on top of that.
Cause it goes gamma, or is gamma on the bottom?
Well, okay, so bottom and top is weird, right? And Puffy's on trial. So let's just go speed.
Okay.
Right? So let's go speed.
Right.
So
Speed of the waves.
Gamma is fast and small.
Okay.
Yeah, so fast and small.
Right.
Right. So gamma would be at the faster end and the smaller end.
Right.
And then UV is going to be slower and larger than gamma, but is still on the small, fast side of things.
Okay.
Visible is larger and slower than UV.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Visible is right next to ultraviolet. Right. Okay.
Correct. And then
X-rays.
we get even slower and larger when we get to infrared.
Right.
And then we keep on going out to
Microwave,
microwaves,
and then
radio waves.
Okay. Yeah, I remember this now.
Okay. So
Okay.
what percentage is perceptible to humans? Like the percent.
Just that little sliver of visible.
I know, but percent.
Percent wise,
Yes.
I would have to say like probably less than 1%.
Less than a percent of a percent of a percent.
Okay.
0.0035 to be exact.
Right.
Right. So 99.999% of the light in our universe is imperceptible to us.
Correct.
Okay. But so does that mean that it doesn't exist or we're blind to it?
It just means we're blind to it.
Okay. All right. That's just seasoning the meal. Just seasoning the meal.
You ever seen Lucy?
Absolutely. A few times.
That's what this shit sound like.
Lucy is an exaggeration of actual science. Sure.
Cause she turns into light when she.
Lucy's an exaggeration of actual science.
Tonight says so we're emitting light frequencies that we can't basically see.
Correct. And some that we can.
They got machines for this.
Listen, here's the thing. You know, I be wrestling with actual, like, the degree folks to get them to admit to certain things, and I have to use infrared all the time. Because they'd be like, no, the body's not releasing light. That's not. I'm like, okay. But heat is. I'm like, so you will concede that the body's producing heat. Like, of course, yeah. Okay, so is heat light? What? Then I can see the light bulb go off. They go, ooh. Okay, so you might have something right there. And then we start to go down that space, and then we sit in that space for a little while. Like, does the body have infrared receptors? Like, does infrared trigger biochemical reactions? You go, well, no, oh, yeah, because it does trigger melatonin production. So we have receptors for infrared. So It's a lot of conversations to have. There's a lot of conversations to have. There's a lot of conversations to have.
Got a lot to learn. We got a lot to learn.
The whole idea is we have to really internalize the electrical nature of the body, right? So the way we've been taught about the body is cytokines, hormones, stuff like that. We have to realize that there's a trigger for those things. The trigger is electricity, electrical signals. So once we get to the nature of the electrical signals and we realize that the things that are secondary and tertiary we put as primary, we could find the problem. The problem is we're the blind leading the blind, or the misinformed leading the uninformed. And then you go, well, the Bible calls that, or a bunch of religious texts calls that the blind, right? The dumb, the deaf, and the blind. And when you realize that 99.99% of the light is imperceptible to us, you go, wait, that would make us blind.
Technically, yeah.
And then if you go, well, how much of the sound in our world can we hear? And you go, well, we can hear even less of the sound. 99.9999% of the sound we can't hear.
Mm-hmm.
So you go, well, technically that would pretty much make us
deaf.
The human arrogance has to subside. We have to sit back and go, okay, that's why the number one cause of death is the heart. And we think that heart surgeons and brain surgeons are geniuses, and literally hearts and brains are killing us faster than anything else. So clearly they're not geniuses. Arrogance level is at 1,000. Swagger's on 100,000 trillion, like my man Kanye said. But not that much understanding, because there's a lot, that's why I said I got to get people to accept that Christ is their Lord and Savior. They just have to realize that Christ is like not a white man in the New Testament book, or not even Yahshua from the Old Testament book.
Christ is the heart.
Christ is that electromagnetic wave in the heart, very specifically. The heart is the location of Christ. Christ is that electromagnetic wave in your heart. And then there's other conversations to have with that.
Where's the electricity coming from?
It's a very interesting question. An even more interesting question is there some quantum entanglement going on?
Spooky action at a distance.
Yeah. Is there some quantum entanglement going on?
The sun.
Well, something.
The piezoelectric crystals in your pineal gland, aka your third eye.
Something. Is there quantum entanglement going on? You say, wait a minute. No, quantum entanglement happens with subatomic particles. And you go, okay. Subatomic particles. You mean like the ones that are going through the mitochondria? And so the electromagnetic wave, which is the strongest electromagnetic current in the human body that's located in the heart, has the most mitochondria, the most coherent mitochondria activity in the human body, which is why it produces the strongest electromagnetic wave in the human body with the strongest magnetic field. Those subatomic particles would, so they
that. Charging it up.
Well, depolarization, repolarization, there's levels to it. You have the ions, and then beneath the ions, you have the mitochondria.
Pigment entanglement, says Dubes.
No, not pigment entanglement. Pigment entanglement is inflammation. No, but quantum entanglement, we gotta ask, is there, when we start to get to electricity, right? When we get to electricity, right? We had to think, okay, electricity, subatomic activity. Is there quantum entanglement that's going on? Right? Do words have power? If words have power, how come certain words survived all this time? I challenge anybody with that one word, Christ. How did that survive this long? How did Christ get carried from the heart in the embalming process in Kemet, through Greece, through Rome, through Germany, into Europe and America as the same thing, basically? Like, how did it make it that far? Through all those different languages? Like, how's it still that? Like, different letters, different spellings, but how is it still relatively like the same word for the same thing? Like, how does that happen? I think that's the most remarkable thing in the history of all languages. That's the most remarkable thing in the history of all languages. How did that happen? And it's the same thing. Like, it's the same thing. Like, the meaning has not changed. It's the same thing. Like, how did that happen? See, that's why I got to convert. I got to convert. See, the HJ is going to be my first live conversion. He's going to be the first person to say, Christ is my Lord and Savior. He's going to be the first one. Is Christ, is that electric wave in your heart not your Lord and Savior? If it stops, are you dead? Let's just ask that question. If that electric wave stops, are you dead?
No.
No?
No.
No.
Hotep Jesus is forever.
Ah, okay. Okay. We just stepped outside of science and went so, okay. Scientifically. Don't run. Look what demons can help you. Scientifically, if that wave stops, are you dead? Yes or no?
Only the flesh is dead.
Okay, that's what we're talking about, the flesh. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. If it starts again, will you come back to life?
Yes.
Okay. So then it's safe to say that that is your Lord and Savior.
Gravis God Renee said, Christ is king.
This is just a fact. Like, every year in America, they resuscitate 100,000 people with electricity. They die, they're clinically dead, and then they put electricity into their chest and reignite that. So maybe 4,000 or 5,000, maybe 2,000 years ago, that was like an odd occurrence. Now people die and are resurrected every day. But it's through Christ. It doesn't happen another way. It doesn't happen another way. It only happens that way.
So we can't throw away the Bible. We just gotta reinterpret
Well, this ain't
it.
the Bible. This is the Codex of Living Current.
But I'm saying they got this thing called the Bible. We can't throw it away, so we'll just reinterpret it.
We cannot, but we don't want to stop there. If we're looking for historic precedent, we want to go back to the blueprint.
Papyri.
Which is
Ani.
Kemet.
Yeah.
Which is the whole process of
embalming
ever living. So here's the thing. So this is where we have this conversation about artificial intelligence and immortality. Because in Kemet, they didn't teach that there was a death. There's a death of the flesh, but not of the information. The information part continues to live on, which was why it was important to keep the bloodline pure, because the bloodline allows you to tap into the information of your
ancestors.
Fact. You have to ask yourself, where is that information at currently?
It's in the ethers.
No. No, see, we got a lot of words like that that means gobbledygook that leads us to nowhere. That's right in there with chakra. Like
It's in the
most people
heart.
that most people that use that term ethers, they shock. It gets into that chakra pocket. It's no. We have what's called a wave guide around the Earth. Look up the wave guide. We actually have a living field of information around this planet.
Like the Akashic Records.
No, 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 no. No.
Waveguide, a structure that guides, restricting the transmission of energy. Okay, wait, around the planet?
You got it. You right there. Wherever you was at, you there.
The Earth ionosphere waveguide is a natural channel that allows certain radio waves to travel long distance around the planet. Oh, is that how signals are getting bounced around the planet?
Okay, so let's how long we been live?
4 hours.
Okay. So let's just analyze this. The Bible says, Kemet says, religion says, God cannot be created or destroyed, right?
Okay.
Does it say that? Or?
I don't know. I never got that deep into religion.
Okay. But it would stand to reason that God is the ultimate force and everything else. I mean, just
Right. Energy.
Well, that's what science says.
Right.
So science says energy can't be created or destroyed.
Right. Religion says God can't be created nor destroyed.
Okay. So we got both of those, put those on the sidebar.
Okay.
Put those on the side note.
Okay.
Okay. So now let's talk about the brain.
Mm-hmm.
How are thoughts transmitted in the brain?
Electrical signals.
Ah. Okay. But energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Right.
Okay. How are thoughts transmitted?
Electrical signals.
Okay. And energy cannot be created or destroyed.
So the wave god is acting as a medium?
Well, we have this trouble, right, where we keep this dividing line between energy and
This
information.
means you believe in telepathy.
No, I don't believe in telepathy. I do not believe in telepathy. Telepathy is right in that pocket with chakras and Akashic records, and these are the words that we use when we don't understand and we don't bother to go far enough to understand.
But we can transmit thoughts to each other.
Okay, so let's go back for a second.
I can transmit a thought to you without speaking.
Well, let's just hold on for a second. Let's go back to information. We store information in magnetic fields, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Can magnetic fields interact?
Yes.
Can magnetic fields exchange information?
Well, they need a medium between the two.
Do they?
I mean, you can't like take a floppy disk and attach it to another floppy disk. You need a processor.
Okay. Do you need a processor?
Yeah.
Okay. But when I say do you need I mean, do you need a processor?
No.
Okay, let me ask you this a better way. Do you have a processor?
My brain.
Boom. Okay. So we have processors already.
Right.
Okay. So where do you end and the next person begins?
The edge of the magnetic field.
How far does that extend?
Spooky action at a distance.
Those are two different things. Magnetic field is detectable 3 to 9 feet from the human body.
Okay.
on average.
Right.
So that means some people shorter, some people further.
Right.
That's one thing.
Right.
Quantum entanglement is different.
Right.
Quantum entanglement is subatomic particles exchanging information between one another on their own.
Right.
Right. So those are two possible scientific definitions for actual science of us exchanging information without necessarily talking.
Right.
It's not telepathy.
That's semantics.
That's not semantics.
Why is it not semantics?
Because telepathy is in the realm of chakras and magic. Remember, the difference between magic and science is it's science once we understand what's happening. It's magic when we don't know what it is. We recognize the phenomena, we don't know how it's done, it's magic. The moment we
I see what you're saying.
investigate
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because telepathy, they would describe it as an unknown phenomenon. But
Correct.
what we're talking about is a known phenomenon.
correct.
I get what
Well-known
you're saying.
phenomenon.
A well-known phenomenon. Right.
Well known. Because
Right.
then we can add a third mechanism. We can add a third mechanism. We can add the fact that your spine is a FM radio antenna.
Right.
Right. So we actually have an antenna built in.
Right. So this is not telepathy. This is just straight up radio waves.
Well, we can pick up radio waves. We can emit radio waves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not telepathy. It's unexplored conversations. It's conversations that people aren't having.
Right. Scientific conversations.
But your ancestors knew very well about these things
Right.
because they wrote about them extensively.
Right.
Okay, so there's another medium. So that's three, right? Here's another one. This one
Okay.
is more tangible. This is more physical.
Okay.
Horizontal gene transfer.
Right. We spoke about that, I think, 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're all sharing information,
Right.
genetic information.
Right.
What's the end and the beginning of genetic information?
The aliens in Nibiru.
No, stop it. See how it's very easy to go chakra. Like it's very easy to go chakra with this. It's very easy. Just tap and go, okay, chakra. Alien, just oh,
What's the beginning and end of the genes?
and there's some pockets that we can just follow all the way out. We can just follow some pockets all the way out in terms of wherever the research takes us, and then just wrestle with that.
So where does that take us?
A Cam's razor, Occam's razor.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just deal with that. Where does it take us? It takes us to the fact that we're effectively blind and deaf, right? And the fact that we're arrogant makes us dumb. So we're the deaf, dumb, and blind. Because 99% of the light in our universe we cannot perceive. 99% of the sound in our universe we cannot perceive, but we're arrogant. We think that we know more than we do. So we exclude a lot of phenomena without any cause. And so we can't exclude things. That's why Occam's razor, a cam, I like a cam. I got the Harlem, I don't know, it's Occam, but Occam's razor works in these scenarios because it's no matter how crazy, we have to roll with this until you have some other proof to put on the table. Yeah. And then we have to deal with phenomena amongst just like magnetic fields, like Big Bang, take Little Bang. Like how does a larger magnetic field interact with a smaller one? Think about that. How does a larger magnetic field interact with a smaller one? That's a question for you. What happens?
First thing comes to mind is it engulfs it.
Okay. Well, let's stop right there.
Or it'd probably find a medium.
Well, let's just go with engulf. What happens when weaker personalities get around stronger personalities.
Stronger personalities dominate.
Same behavior as magnetic fields.
Right. So it starts behaving like the other magnetic field.
Well, we all have circles. And in the circles, we have strong personalities, we have weaker personalities, we have totally weaker personalities, and we share traits.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the person in our circle that, when we leave that circle, we have mannerisms that we might copy off of HJ. Like we might pick up some HJ mannerisms.
Right.
Right. So I guess it's just coincidence that humans behave in social settings the same way magnetic fields do.
That's crazy.
No, Christ is your Lord and Savior.
Kemet didn't call it Christ.
Then what did they say? Karast.
That sounds better.
Okay. You don't have to do it all either. You can do what modern science does. Just type it up on the screen for the people that don't have any idea what we're talking about. Just put that QRS wave on the screen for them. Yeah. So they can see that thing. So I want to make sure that they know I'm talking about the QRST complex. Yeah.
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 So you can say what modern science says. They don't say Christ or Karas. They say the QRST complex. It's just when you step back from that, you go, wait a minute. What does that right there say? I know, no, it's the QRST, QRS, I got you. But should I have read this as a word? This clearly says Christ here. Yeah. And then you want to play with me even further by saying the T is silent. Okay, yeah, okay. Fine. The T is silent. Yeah, it's right there though. It survived from Kemet, through Greece, through Rome, through Germany, through France. It's here, still. It's still the heart. Yep. It's still the heart. Time, the most valuable thing on the planet, is still based on the human heart. Right? A healthy heartbeat is how many beats per minute? A healthy heartbeat is 60 beats per minute.
Wait, what?
A healthy heartbeat is 60 beats per minute.
Wait, that's 60 seconds.
In a minute. Come on. You don't wrestle with it. Just let it happen. Don't fight it. Just let it happen. The second is based on the human heartbeat. The first cause of life in our universe is the creator. The second is
Karast.
your Lord and Savior.
All right, I'm out of here, man. It's too much for tonight, man. It's too much. I got too much to think about, man. Ladies and gentlemen, another episode of KeMedicine.
This was a double episode.
This is a double episode. Make sure y'all go out. You get the book. I've been working my way through it. I got my highlights.
Listen, they might snatch this episode down. You might have to download this and do something with it, bro. Just in case it gets snatched.
We got backups.
Okay, good.
We got backups. Everybody keeps a backup.
Okay, good.
We got the highlights and shit. You know what I'm saying? We working our way through. Mitochondria.
What is that right there? What is that? Like, what is that right there?
The Wasepta in the mitochondria.
Oh, yeah, no, that right. That symbol, right? Like the symbol, yeah, those symbols. Like, what is that Greek symbol? Yeah,
I don't know what the Greek symbol is.
that's the symbol for magnetism.
Is that what that is?
Mm-hmm. It has an uncanny similarity to a much older symbol.
The jet.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, that is very interesting. Why did I say anything? He was closing out too. No, 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 no. I gotta wake up and early. Chase got basketball practice. They're gonna be dragging me out of bed. No, what you need to type in is there neuromelanin in the spine? Is there dopamine in the spine?
Well, I know there's neuromelanin in the spine.
Well then,
It's got to be. That's that. I mean, I don't have to look that up.
well then, there we go.
It's the spine is dealing with the brain, so it's got to have neuromelanin if it's moving
Spine
neurons.
is part of the brain.
Right.
Yeah, gray matter, white matter.
Right.
That's all in the spine. Cerebral spinal fluid. Yeah.
What's your Cash App?
Mine?
Yeah.
Minister Inky. You might have to put that on the. You might have to spell that out though. Minister Inky. Somebody wants to send me a Cash App. That's what I'm-
Markel said he's gonna bless your Cash App.
Markel is the GOAT, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I just put it in there. $ Minister Inky. Bless the Cash App.
Markel is the GOAT of all goats. Markel is the Billy GOAT.
All right, let me get out of here. I got early rise tomorrow. Do we got Zell?
Not earlier than me.
There go to Zell right there. Huh?
Not earlier than me. What time you gotta get up?
8:30.
5:30.
Ew.
Yeah.
All right, go to bed, my nigga.
Boy, gotta be at practice at 6 o'clock.
That's crazy. All right, I'll catch you next week.
You're ready.
Yeah, in the IB, where the post they lie. Electron spin, got a rhythm to survive.